Yo, let's go. It's Friday. It's the crit stream. Paint overs. Honestly, it's the most fun stream. I do like doing the crits and paint overs. Seeing what you guys are up to. Let's see if we can get everyone leveled up. Leveled up today. I've got a great selection of stuff to go over, so should be pretty exciting. Some returning pictures that are further along, some brand new pictures from new viewers, and depending on how quickly, we get through them, I'll throw in some other kind of tutorial stuff as well, but we'll see. Hey, good morning, Jonah. Good morning, Ayani. Good morning, Yukino. How are you doing? Thanks for tuning in. Didn't know it was Critique Day. Yeah, I have been saying over the last few streams about Critique Day. So you might have missed the announcement. But yeah, of course there will be more, and yeah, I'll advertise them a bit better. But we got full house for today. Yeah, I think we managed to get through 8 in about 5 hours last time. So I've got another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I got another 8. But some of them will be a bit quicker than others, I think. So, yeah, that's that. Pardon me. So, yo, Oracle, what's up? Wasn't able to use chat for a few days, so now I kind of tune this week for lurk only. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Like I said, I'll be doing it again, so you won't miss out. Plus, you can drop anything in the in that critical crits thinking channel anyway, and like when I have time, I'll get onto them. So if you want help with something, just drop it in there, and I'll see what I can do. So I'll just wait for a few more people to pile in, and then we'll get on with it. Then we'll get on with it. Yeah. Morning Zero, what's up? How's it going? All right, the gang's here. The whole gang's here. It's a good job you're here, Zero. I've got you up first, actually. Hell yeah! All right. Well, let's go over to Photoshop. I was just going to start with one thing because I was going to show Jonah something. I thought, I'll show everyone how this works. So welcome to the Photoshop white screen. There you go. Flashbang, everyone. Just to start everything off. What am I drinking today? This is decaf coffee. In a mug from Moon Colony Studios. So shout out Moon Colony. Good bunch. It's not. It's just decaf instant coffee. Okay, so we're not doing a critique of this image, but I was just going to show Jonah this tool, and I thought actually I can just show everyone in case you didn't know what it is. You got that at Concept 101. Yeah, me too. Me too. I used to stream for with Moon Colony kind of last year. I was a guest on their live stream, I don't know, 4 or 5 times, showing off different techniques and stuff like that. And yeah, I know the owner. We go back. So yeah, they're good. They're good gang. Yeah, big shout out to Moon Colony. Great people over there. All right then. So yeah, I was talking about this one with Jonah, and I was just saying how the hair maybe looks like it's defeating gravity a little bit. And he said that he'd used like Liquify, right, to try and suss this out. And I think, as I pointed out to him, the Liquify tool is only really good for nudging things around. So if I go like filter Liquify, okay, it's really only good for sort of nudging little things around. So let's say, you know, the corner of the mouth needed like moving up a little bit, for example. You might want to just slightly sort of nudge it like this, or I don't know, you were fixing something, right? It's really only good for this kind of thing. You wanted to like close that eye a little bit, give her a bit more of a squint, right? It's really only good for those little kind of nudges. If you're trying to do something large like this, it's kind of just going to do this, where it all appears kind of, it's on a meandering path, right? But there is a tool that's good for this, that can help you sort of sort these things out. Yeah, I can tell exactly where you've tried to do this on here. But there's a tool that can help you with this as well. I mean, personally, I think it's quicker to just paint this kind of thing, but this tool is useful for a lot of other things as well, so I can show you either way. So all I've done here is I've cut the hair off. I've cut this section off, and I've cut this section off, and I've put them on their own layers. So I've just painted the background behind, right, just here, to get rid of the hair, and then I'd made a copy of this part of the hair here and this part of the hair on top, okay? So I'm going to select this part of the hair on top here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Edit, and I'm going to go to Puppet Warp. And this is going to put this kind of wireframe over the hair, right? And you see my cursor now has turned into a pin. Okay, so if I pin it here, and I pin it here, okay, what you can do is start to move these pins around, okay? So let's say I do something like this, but I'm like, oh, the middle needs to come up a little bit. I can pin it here, and that gives me another point, and I can move these points as well. But these pins will kind of work in relation to each other. So now that there is a pin here, you know, it's using the previous pin as a pivot, and so on. So if you have something that needs warping into place and you need to be a bit more specific about it, you can use Puppet Warp to do this. And it can be better for fixing a larger stretch of something than Liquify, because Liquify is kind of quite localized. And it doesn't tend to deal with like these bigger things so much. So this is the tool. If you want to remove a pin, you just hold Alt and click on the pin, and it will remove it, and so on. Go away, pin. And then yeah, you can use them to. Yeah, basically, it's better for doing longer stretches like this. But yeah, as you said, Sarah, and hello, good morning, and then you just press enter to apply it, right? Anyway, another good thing you could use, let's say, for example, you needed to move this finger a little bit. It's covering something up, or it's like, you know, tangenting something. Instead of doing that, you can let's make a new Let's do a layer via cut here. Layer via cut. And then I'm going to go edit, puppet warp. I'm going to put these here. Move this. Maybe I still want the top of the finger bent a bit more. Like that. So this, I'm going to hit enter. And then now my finger's in the new position. Obviously you'd have layers so you can paint behind this. But it's good for doing these kind of movements that have joints. And if you do need to stretch something larger, you can do that quite effectively. Or if you need to warp something to a surface a bit better. So as soon as you you can warp stuff to surfaces a little better than kind of the warp tool, which again only is good for certain things, and liquefy, which is only good for kind of nudging things around. All right, yeah, so that's puppet warp. So I just wanted to cover that quickly to show you. So there you go. Get wrecked, puppet warp. Yes, love puppet warp, great for warping. Yes, hello, unhinged oxygen. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. It's good morning for me. And hello. Peekaboo. Hi, Heath. Hi, everyone. Here to say a quick hello, and again, thank you for critiquing my work. As soon as I get home, I'll check the VOD. Yeah, no problem. I've got you in here in the lineup. So yeah, check the VOD when you get home. Also, for everyone that I do a paint over for today, I will save the PSD that I do, and then I will drop a WeTransfer link where all of the critique PSDs will be, and you can just download your one later today. That way we're all on the same page. All right. So let's get into it. So have this one that we have seen actually previously. We saw this at an earlier stage. And I think the changes you've made to it from then are looking really nice. I think it's definitely moving in the right direction. Let's see what you had said about it, just to refresh my mind and refresh everybody else's minds. This is the progress on the piece so far. I'm feeling stuck right now and just feel like something is off or missing, but not sure what. I want to move on with the rendering, but the overall piece is not clicking for me yet. Alrighty, cool. We can help. We can help here. So yeah, like I said, I think the posing, the angle of the gun, all of that stuff that you changed from the last time is looking much better. I think there's a couple of things I can help you with here, which I think is going to be a little bit of acting. So whenever I'm putting together a sort of a narrative piece or an illustration like this, I refer to what the characters are doing as acting, right? And I think there's a little bit of acting that we can tinker with here, which is just mostly going to be concentrated around facial expressions of both characters. There's a little bit of kind of perspective with the back enemy that I think is going to help the sort of slight flatness of it. And then, yeah, I do have some kind of small things to do with the lighting, which I think would be quite easy for you to implement, but would just give it a much more sort of punchier feel overall. And so, yeah, all right. So I think what I'll do first is kind of slightly address one small thing, which is just the size of the main character. Then I'll do a quick draw over just with my suggestions as to how the acting and maybe slight perspective stuff should change. And then I'll go back to the color version and do a quick paint over of the lighting. And I'll explain everything that I'm doing there as we go along. So this is preference, right? I think like both things, both orientations of this illustration can work. I don't necessarily have like a strong preference either way as to which way around this is. And there's multiple justifications for it being either way around. However, I think for me, this way round sort of sets things up slightly better narratively for me. If we want the viewer to feel like the character does in the illustration, therefore kind of helping us to convey the narrative, the order of events should happen for the viewer in the same way that they are happening for the characters in the illustration. So what I mean is, she's looking at this, okay? And then we notice her facial expression, and then we figure out that this is behind her. So in a way, the same order of events from left to right is happening for us as the viewer. Okay, we have this, and we have this. And it's going like 1, 2, 3. And for me, that sets up the story a little clearer. Whereas I think in this way around, there is the potential, and I think maybe even someone mentioned in the Discord, that there is the potential to think that these two are friendlies, as in this is like the pet or the sidekick of this person, especially because of the neutral facial expression as well. It could be conceived as these two being together because we enter the image from this side, we see this, we don't see any sort of cause for concern in the face, and this becomes very much like a tertiary read in the illustration. So I think initially, my initial thoughts looking at this is that this way round to me works a little better. My only thing here would be that I think we need to have a little bit of something more obvious going on with this in the foreground. I think it could honestly be missed or mistaken and not viewed as like, a previous kill of this. But I'll get back to that when we get back to the coloring. But I do think I don't think we need to turn it into like a gore fest, but I think we need to have a more obvious sign of like attack or damage or something that we understand as being, a hunted animal or a corpse. So I'll get back to that. My only other thing here would be, I think we need to slightly rescale her. Reason being, two things. I want to use her ears as part of the acting, as part of the emoting that this character I think should be doing. And I also think that with her spanning the frame top to bottom, okay, like entirely top to bottom, she has quite a presence in the illustration. And I think that to make her feel at risk and in danger of, this behind her, having her be actually a little smaller in the frame and not dominate it from the bottom edge to the top edge, we leave a little bit of room around her to help make her feel surrounded by what's behind her. So she's much more, it's much more claustrophobic. She's more contained within what's happening in the framing behind her. So that's just a small thing. Obviously, you've got layers for this, so it'd be easy to do. I cut this out earlier, so. All right, mate. So, let's quickly make a copy of this. I'm going to turn the opacity down. So let's talk about acting here. The angle might be wrong, but what about slight reflection of the creature in the blood as a bit more in this at the front? Yeah, I think that's a little bit contrived, and yeah, it wouldn't show up at this angle, but yeah, I'm not sure that that's totally necessary. It seems like something that would be easier to do if this was an animation of such, but as with anything in narrative illustration, I think the simpler you can keep the idea and the simpler the execution of the idea, the more memorable and impactful it's going to be. If you start cramming details that the viewer needs to notice into very small areas of the illustration, you create like details that can be distracting, but you also start to introduce this idea of trying to ask more questions about exactly what's happening. And if someone doesn't get that it's a reflection, then they're looking at like a tiny face inside of a carcass. You know, it starts to make you ask other questions. You got to keep the idea super simple. All right. So let's do this. So I think with the expression here, it's just a little bit too neutral right now, and I would be looking at making a slight adjustment to this, whereby she seems a little bit more concerned. There's a slight bit more hesitation, and she has just started to notice that something is up. Okay. So nose can stay where it is. But there's just that slight inquisitiveness that has started to happen on her face. And then with the ears, I was thinking a bit like, you know, I've seen this with my dog once upon a time. R.I.P. Hector. But if something was going on in the other room and he was like laying on the sofa and he wasn't quite ready to like commit to it, he'd prick up an ear in the direction that something was happening to kind of keep a little précis on what was happening, to decide whether it was worth his time, you know. And I think that something like this, where we have one ear in sort of and we're using the ears here to kind of emote as well. One ear appears to sort of have its attention in the forward direction, is what she was looking at, and one ear is now turned to listen. And so we sort of have this idea of the two moments in time that are happening. She was more focused this way, like her whole body is turned in this direction. But now we have a little bit of we have this point, the ear pointed out. We have the eyes starting to look this way. And, you know, we have the sort of slight turn in the body and the knee ready to go. So it's almost like we've set up, you know, two things to understand, like this point in time and this point in time happening. And we can go a little bit further with the shapes here. This is something I like to do as well, is in the same way that you would have like eyebrows emoting, you can do this with parts of the hair and the ears as well. Like all of these things are, you know, basically shapes that you can design, and therefore shapes that you can use to work to your advantage. So you could have the brow essentially mimicking the ears, the hair essentially mimicking the ears. This section is giving its energy this way, same with the ear. And then this ear is turned out in the same way that this part of the fringe is a little bit higher, and comes up and around. Can also get some stronger angles going in the hood so that there is a little bit more energy in the direction that she's then going to move, and so on. It's ever so slight, but it starts to give an impression of she's becoming aware of what's happening, and therefore we see a little bit that there is danger afoot and that they're not connected. She was unaware of the presence, and now she is, which now makes us, the viewer, feel like she's more in danger, right? Puts us in the same in the same position. Yeah. I disagree, Oracle, about exaggerating the angles of the pose. I think in this position, what we still need to convey is that there was this calm pause, and we are at the moment of realization, right? If we over accentuate the curves of the body, okay, and we are pushing the moment forward in time to a point where she's now ready to go and not anticipating danger. You don't want to mix up two things. There is a stillness and a calmness about this that is necessary for conveying this idea that she was alone in the forest and hunting for clues, and she was having a calm moment looking at this that then, due to like a crack of a branch or a weird feeling that's come over her, has changed. And so if we start to give the body more expression as if she was about to go, we actually change the story quite a bit in that sense. So with this, I think I would make something a little bit more visible and recognizable. Just, let's say some visible kind of claw scratches, okay, in something like this. You don't need to go into like loads of gore or anything like that, but we recognize, this kind of claw scratch motif in something, right? We recognize that. It is a symbol that we've come to associate with it through, UIs in games, and it's a very tropey thing, right? And so it's something that we recognize, and that's a good thing to use in a circumstance like this where you don't have a load of information to convey the idea. So you should use the symbol that people recognize for it. In that way, you're going to instantly tell people what it's meant to be. I feel like the hair and the fur are a bit similar right now. Any tips to make them more distinguishable? I have a hard time to paint both. Yeah, okay. I mean, sure. Hair and fur, very similar. Anyway, but yeah, I can help you there. Cats do that all the time, which might help for finding reference photos. Exactly. Have a look at dogs and cats. All right. And then for this dude in the background, I feel like a little bit the perspective of the face is off. Okay, so the head is in this orientation, the front of the head, but it feels like this side plane. In effect, I understand that you're trying to do something like this, but it feels like the eye and the teeth are on a different plane. It feels like they're on a plane, like the eye is on a plane like this, and the teeth are on a plane like this. They're intersecting into the head in the wrong way. And I would look at something like this. Imagine the eye is a sphere, right? And the lid of the eye is going to go up and around from this side, something like this. Okay, so we're going to see the inner edge of the bottom lid, okay, for the mouth, which is going to look something like this. Okay, and if I have the brow like that, you know, it looks something like that, where we have the form of the lid, we have the eye underneath, and then we see the inside, the top edge of the bottom lid in perspective. And this makes it look a lot fiercer as well. And you'd have the opposite side, like here. Okay. And then similarly for the mouth, you're gonna see a little less of it, even with the snarl. Okay, and that tooth, your tooth appears to come out like this. I think the intention is to have it downward, so you might see a little bit of gum here, but that is going to go down in this direction. And then top teeth are mostly going to occlude the bottom teeth, and we might see the inner edge of the bottom lip in the same way that we see the eye. Okay, and in this sense, you know, like when a dog snarls, it wrinkles the part of its nose. You know, this bit here kind of wrinkles up, so we get a little bit of that tension. So it's something like this, and then you'd have like the form of the cheek or whatever, something like that. Okay, and then obviously horn, etc. I think when we give her more space as well, we don't have that tangent that we had before, where the nose kind of like touched the arm. If you're gonna do something like this, I don't have the original now anyway, it doesn't matter. Basically, if you're ever in a position where you've got a form and another form, either put them a noticeable difference apart, or overlap them enough that you can tell that the thing is behind. Don't do something where it like overlaps like this, or you know, this, because it creates awkward spaces. Like, either make them touch or overlap, but don't kind of hesitate and go halfway in between, where it's either too close or it's just overlapping. You know, make a little bit of a presence about it. Yeah, so that's with the expressions here. Okay. Now when it comes to the tree, I think previously in the line work that I'd done, I think sort of did some forms a bit more like this, right? Where we can really understand the tree in 3D space, you know, a little bit more. I think the renderings kind of flattened it out a little bit, so we don't have this idea so much that the tree is kind of going back and around in space. It kind of feels a little bit flat, so maybe I'd look at that as well. Anyway, when it comes to lighting, let's take a quick look. Quickly underpaint this just so that we've got new ears. Okay. All right. So, a few quick things. Then I have to move on. I would really make this a little more obvious. Like I said, play up the symbol that we understand, okay? It doesn't have to be super gory or anything, you know. Make it something that we can understand. The symbol of, claw mark. Maybe give this a little bit of like obvious fur texture, catching the light. All this needs to serve in the story is that we understand that it is some kind of corpse that has been, damaged in a way that would suggest a monster did it. Okay, so we've got the claw slash that we understand as a sort of symbol of that, and if we put some fur on this edge that catches that light from the back, something like that, it has enough contrast and detail now to be like, okay, we get that, all right, understood. You could also like drop that slightly darker and just have the red popping out like a little bit more for that to be understood. And I would also more than likely limit the contrast of anything down here. Maybe even suggest El Chupacabra, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'd maybe also suggest something like this, where you limit the contrast just in front of it. This sets up what we call counter change. Counter change is very useful for basically leaving contrast where it is necessary. So what we have is like dark value, light value, dark value. They are counter changing each other. So we basically have a point of contrast on something that we want to have the viewer look at, and we do that by darkening the values either side of it or lightening the values either side of it and leaving something dark in the middle. And this idea is called counter change. A good illustrator will basically use counter change everywhere that you want to look. Now, the other thing here is that I think some of the rendering has just got a little soft. Some of the rendering's just got a little soft, and I think we could be a bit clearer with how the light is hitting things and where the light's coming from, and this would really help as well. So quickly kind of paint that in and explain that. But then just conscious of the time here, I'll have to move on. When it comes to painting the difference between fur and hair, like, they aren't ultimately that different from each other. And this is where maybe I would employ a different brush for the fur than you use for the hair. So let me just get rid of all this lighting for now, and then I'll quickly talk about how I would go about restoring the punchiness of it. The other thing that works quite well with fur as well is, like, if you do something where the tip of the fur, like this, the tip of the fur actually has like a slightly different kind of coloring to it. So maybe it's like it goes from light to dark like this, and you have this portion like that, etc., etc. This kind of thing can differentiate the hair from the fur as well, if it's something you want to be part of the design. I've often done this in fur just to give it a little bit of something extra, or patterning and so on. I'd actually totally missed that this was even a little fox, so it might be a nice way to sort of bring a little bit more interest into that. Anyway, I think basically what's happening here is that some of the lighting has got quite soft, and it is like quite prevalent all over the character. And I would just be a bit more blunt about how the light hits certain things. And this way you can really be a bit more kind of punchy with it. So look, I've taken basically all of the light out here, apart from this bit on her hood. And what I'm going to do is put the light back in, but just be really clear about, you know, where it's touching, I like to call it what the light can see. So be really clear about what the light can see. Travels in straight lines after all. So while you don't have to be insanely accurate about that, it is good to try and be somewhat clear. And especially in splash art, you'll always find that the lighting is very, very dynamic, very clear. All right. So now that she's missing the light, we can tell, okay, she's in shadow. There's a bit of ambient light in here that's kind of helping us to see things. But overall, she's in shadow, right? So now let's think a little bit about what's important. Okay, the head is obviously important on this character. And it'd be nice to pick out a few bits of detail when it comes to, her pose and so on. But what's not necessary is to light everything equally all over. Like, we can control the light and we can control the fall off of the light so that things that are less important get a little bit less light, and we save our brightest values for places that are much more important. So here we go. Let's put some light in quick. So the ears here frame her head. They give us an idea of that, the emotion that's being felt. And, some of these edges here will catch a little bit. This will be top of her head here. Something like that. We've got the hood. Got the nice cast shadow from the ear. That's really nice that you had on there previously. But it really helps to sort of tell us that this is lighting on the piece. Catch a little bit here. Previously, though, we had it coming all the way around here and touching like this kind of area. Let's be a little bit strict about the fact that this light is behind her. So like these bits that are on the far side of her, these are just like getting lit from behind, basically. This bit's going to get a little bit lit from the top, but it's getting kind of far away from the head here. So even though we're going to introduce a little bit of light, let's just lower the value of it and let the light fall off as it gets further away. Okay. Similarly here, we've got the arm. This bit's going to catch some light. Okay. But then I would start to let it fall off. So I'd go a little bit darker with it. Maybe you can even introduce the little bit of blue back there. But again, have the light fall off. And in this same way that we have the light coming down and the ear is casting the shadow, let's have do the same with the fur on the arm. So this fur is blocking out light from the arm here. Wherever you can introduce these little cast shadows, it really helps to define the lighting. Like it really sort of gives it a solid direction, and sort of, really helps to define it. Make these shapes interesting as well. Don't do this. Okay? Same thickness, same width. Wherever you can, try and design the shape of this light so that it goes from thick to thin. Okay? So the shape, you see like these shapes, they start thick, they end thin. Don't break up the light too much as well. Don't be tempted to go in and do this and break it up like that. You cause repetition there. You cause repetition there that's unnecessary. Okay? As much as you can, try and keep the lights joined up. And if you have to break them apart, break them apart with a slightly lower value, but not, with the original value of the surface. Because again, you just cause too much contrast. It's not necessary. Try and unify your lights and unify your shadows. Okay. So again, thick to thin. You see how this shape here is thicker at the top, thinner towards here. This shape starts to taper as it goes down the arm. This gives nice flow and interesting shapes to the light, which just really help the eye move around the image. This part of the cape is bending around towards us, so it doesn't get any light. Okay. You can have like a slightly lighter surface here just to denote, okay, that is the front surface, but it isn't catching light, right? Let's get that bit of background in there. It's facing away from the light, so let's make it a little darker. You could have a little bit of this, edge on here if you really needed it, but you want it to fall off. This light on the leg, I wouldn't use the full strength of the white up here. I would maybe knock it down a stage, a value. It's far enough away that we have a substantial fall off, from the light from this source up here, and it's less relevant. Okay, we don't want to take away anything that we don't want to take away any contrast from our focal point, essentially. And then you do have this slight warmer light here that comes in. I don't mind this as a kind of an ambient source, but again, I'll just be a little bit clearer about what it sees, how it sees it. Okay. And then you did this quite well on the torso, but then on the arm it kind of didn't work so well. You have this kind of sort of ambient fill light that's sort of coming almost from the front of her, and you did it quite nicely on the chest here, but I think on the arm you sort of flipped where that light was coming from. So you can use this as basically a soft light that is just helping us figure out the form of the arm, but it's coming from the front, right? So it sort of sits on the peaks of the forms that it faces the light more directly, like this. So essentially it becomes darker at both edges, isolating it along the middle of the form. And you'll see this a lot. It's a way to sort of render things in the shadow, but without ultimately giving them too much presence. Okay, and then you can see here, if I turn these off, okay, the lighting here, you see the ambiguity that it suggests, because we have soft edges, we have light that's coming around corners. It starts to undo the direction that the light's coming from, and therefore it starts to feel a little bit like soft, and the forms start to flatten out. Okay, but when we introduce like a much clearer idea of like the direction that the light's coming from, we then start to introduce this idea of like a much kind of clearer, cleaner light effect. And this really starts to help the illustration overall. And yeah, someone mentioned it starts to feel a little bit more cinematic, and yeah, I think that probably just comes from the light direction being more correct, and so it now feels like a light. Whereas here, it's there is an ambiguity at which whether some things are light or not. It's like the surface and the lighting have become the one thing. So it's hard to tell if it's like, are these local color shifts or is this lighting? And because it's a little bit inconsistent, then it has this effect. So this is being a little bit more decisive about it. Okay, I do need to to move on. So I will just do this last little bit here. But similarly with this thing, just be more brutal about where that light is coming from and how it hits things. All right. And yeah, so just to round up, here we have highlighted basically this a little bit more. We have made the obviousness of what's happening a bit more prevalent, and we've used counter change to make sure that there's enough contrast here that it's going to catch the viewer's attention, right? Then we took a look at the acting within the face. You know, we're going to potentially change the direction of that her eyes are going. We've had the ears start to emote. We've had the fringe start to emote. And we start to set up this idea that, okay, she's starting to notice what's going on behind her. We took a little bit of a look at the orientation here. And then finally, we have a look at the lighting overall and just essentially clean up any inconsistencies with that to give it a much stronger direction overall, which, yeah, there we go. More intentional. Yeah, exactly. All right, perfect. Nice. Really great though. I think it is I think it is a much better improvement overall. Let me save this PSD for you, and then I just need 2 minutes because I need to sign a document. So you guys will have to just give me a second while I do that. But let me save this. Paint over 2. All right. Just give me 1 second, everyone. I have to sign a document to get off to someone. And I need to do it right now. Goddamn documentation. And then we'll get back to the paint overs. Okay, sorry. Thank you for that. I'm in the process of buying a house, and the solicitors needed me to sign something. I just had messages on my phone being like, "Yo, fucking sign it." Alex, we can buy crypto later. Okay. So let's Photoshop. Let's get that open. And we're done. All right, that's all saved for you. Awesome. Thank you again, Alex. I'll start working on this feedback right away. Wicked. Good luck. Congratulations. Almost said Counter-Strike. All right, homies. So, Oracle, we're here. We're back on Warhammer. Yeah, a couple of little things. I just wanted to bring this up because it's a good good ref. New. Correcto. This is the studio that I work for. Just finished this illustration. I think it kind of highlights some things quite nicely for this one. But essentially, I think he was saying, Oracle, that the background feels a little bit kind of plain here. And yeah, I would agree with you. I think essentially all of the shapes that you have back here are just kind of getting lost in vagueness a little bit. And I think we just need to be a little bit clearer about what the things are in the background and kind of give them a little bit more interest. And I bring this up because, like I said, the studio, or like the sister studio to the studio that I work for, they just completed this illustration. And as you can see, there is lots going on and stuff in the background. Everything is still mainly quite silhouetted, right? But there isn't so much kind of vagueness and like fog and smoke going over things that disrupts the silhouettes of everything. Like the silhouettes of everything are still very clear on each of these kind of units, right? And this gives like a nice depth to the image, but it also, it offers like quite a lot of clarity as to what all of these units are and what's going on in the background. And I think what we're missing here is that these shapes are just way too vague back here for us to understand that they are other units, like other what do you call them? Sisters of Battle or whatever. Whatever they're meant to be. They're hard to tell what they are, right? It's kind of vague. Whereas, here it is very clear what each of the units is, even though they are still shrouded somewhat in depth and atmosphere and mist. Okay? And you can see also that because there is a lot going on, but, Warhammer requires that you see the units and stuff, there is almost like kind of a spotlighting that happens on a lot of these where like spotlighting of certain key moments and characters that sort of helps drive that vision, which is not really a problem on here, and you're kind of doing it already with the main character. But it's just something that you can still kind of have this sort of spotlighting happening back here in the same way that it happens here. It picks out certain details of every unit, right? And so on. It's just lower contrast, so it doesn't grab as much attention as like that does, right? But it's the same effect. Parts of all of these guys have a little bit of detail, and then the rest is like silhouette and so on. Was the official illustration done with 3D models and painting? Yeah, there is a lot of 3D here. Yeah. All right then. So that being said, on here, I think we need to introduce a little bit more clarity into the stuff that's happening in the background, and a little more clear silhouettes with a bit of detail. So, going in, and you'd need to use some reference for this, but yeah, I would just flatten the background for now, and essentially kind of do some line work for these units back here. So it doesn't need to be like super detailed line work, but enough that you can sort of pick things out and kind of give them their own layers, and paint them up a little bit more. Fuck's sake. Look at this. Asthene. Asthene. Thank you for the follow. So yeah, clearer silhouettes. I think also the kind of smoke around the character, because it kind of looks like it's sticking to her in a way. Like it's so uniformly highlighting her that it does kind of feel like she's steaming. Like her armor is hot and it's steaming because it's so universally framing her. And I think it would be better just being something that is behind her in the key areas, but isn't necessarily so contrived to be coming out from all around her. Like I'd maybe start to do a little something like this, where it's, you know, a sort of a much larger kind of billowing streak of smoke that is catching the light that is being sort of shined in her direction, right? And that happens to happen behind her. So, you know, maybe this is something like this. In that way, it doesn't come across like her armor's like steaming, and it's more like, oh, this is just something being illuminated in the background. And yeah, I'd be a little bit clearer about kind of these silhouettes back here. They can just, you know, what's nice about this is that, you know, even if it's far back, it still is clear, and there's a little bit of contrast against what's behind it. And then as it goes further down, it starts to, you know, meld with the values at that distance. But it just keeps everything readable and sectioned away from each other, you know? There is detail a little bit, but then there's always like a fade towards, you know, mostly it's a fade towards the bottom. Detail fades to silhouette by the time it gets to the ground. Detail fading to silhouette. Detail fading to silhouette. You know, plane is lit, silhouette, silhouette. Okay. Top plane's lit, but otherwise silhouette as it goes further down, so on and so forth. See this guy, all the detail like fades towards pretty much a silhouette, very low contrast as he goes further down. And that's happening with everything, okay? Literally everything. Detail fading to silhouette. Detail fading to silhouette. Detail fading to silhouette. Okay? Detail fades to silhouette. Detail. You start to get it. Okay? Detail, silhouette, etc., etc. Detail, silhouette. All right? So start to think about, you know, you've got some damage and stuff in the background. These buildings back here. Let us see the edge of that, okay? It doesn't need to be completely lost. But let us see a little bit of that detail and then fade it off to the silhouette a bit later. Okay? You know, if there's another building back here, for example, let's give it some kind of interesting kind of damage shape that helps us control the illustration, and then then we can have this smoke kind of going over it a little bit, but we've got interesting silhouettes back there. And again, with these guys, have some detail up around the head, bit of contrast, bit of counter change, right? You got this guy here, he's going to have some lighting and some detail on his edge, then drop these guys behind in silhouette. Okay. And then these guys, they're going to get a little bit of lighting on their edge as well. Nothing really high contrast, right? Still keep it kind of lower contrast than our main characters. Okay, and then this goes slightly lighter behind. Again. You know, you can have way more stuff going on back here. You just got to use this idea. Okay, so on and so forth. You made that artwork? No, I didn't make that artwork. Some very talented people at the sister studio to the studio that I work at made that artwork. I can drop the link so that you can see. Yeah, I work for a studio called Materia, and Materia is the sister studio to Character, and so there's the art station for Character. Character does a lot more specific concept design, illustration, and stuff for movies and games that tends to focus on much more realistic visuals and really in-depth concepts, and in some cases working designs within games. So just a very much more sort of detail focused expression of stuff. And the studio that I work for, which is kind of the sister to this studio, is Materia, and Materia is much more focused on stylized games, live service games, and much more sort of colorful, less fully realized designs, props, marketing artworks, and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, I had no hand in that Warhammer illustration at all. It's just the people that I work with that did it. But anyway, so a little bit more clarity of this stuff in the background. I think you understand that in here. With this lady, there's still something a bit odd about me seeing this foot. I feel like we don't see this foot. Okay, like she's stepping up onto something, and this foot is like and leg is going into the background, and I think because the knee faces us, it just looks really weird to me. And it seems like she's standing on exactly the same plane, like her feet are next to each other, which again just feels really strange to me that we'd see it that way. I think we sort of would be looking more at the knee in this kind of orientation. Okay, and this leg going a little bit more backwards in space. Maybe even a little bit of this kind of light bouncing up from below. But she should be sort of stepping into this, and it just feels at the moment like she's not doing that. Both feet are standing next to each other, and that's really strange to me. This cloth feels like a little bit like it's defying gravity a little bit, and the sharp angles make it feel less like cloth, and I would maybe, start to if it can be billowing up like that. I get why you'd want to do that, but it starts to feel a little bit like it's defying gravity a little bit. It's sort of being very theatrical in and of itself, and I would just maybe think about it dropping down and being a little bit heavier overall. You know, have this inside of it catch a little bit of light as well, so that we can sort of pick out what the leg is doing slightly. You know, I think it just needs a little bit of thinking through. And yeah, I mean, I know you're going to work this stuff out in the foreground. I still think that something needs to sort of come towards us to some degree. Here, it just feels like this rock surface just feels really flat to me. I'll just make this dude kind of red in the foreground. Just to show him off, but you can make him whatever he needs to be, right? But yeah, I think he needs to be sort of in such a position, you know, getting his head blown up here. He needs to be in such a position that he's giving us some kind of depth in the image a little bit at the front here, because it ultimately, to me, it's very flat, and it just makes the awkwardness of her pose that you had as well even more kind of prevalent. Okay, maybe he's got another dude. I'm just making up what these dudes at the front look like. Obviously, you know, you have an intention for what these guys are doing, who they are. There's probably some design for them, but I don't really have time to go into that. She's shooting the red man. I had one more thing. I'm trying to decide if I want the main character to have more orange hues on her to really signify the heat of the environment, or follow something more akin to the Darius level run card from Utah, where the whole foreground is cool and the background is warm. I mean, to me, I would go a little bit in this direction, where it's like there's sort of ambient orange, you know, light in the air, and we just sort of pick out underside surfaces a little bit. It doesn't need to be anything crazy, but yeah, I think that kind of thing could work quite nicely. You know, maybe even a little hole and stuff like this. I think the underside light as well just helps make it feel less flat overall. There's just a real flatness to the forms in the silhouette that isn't helping it. This knee is way in front of this sword. Okay. If anything, there's like the tiniest edge on this like that, but it's not coming around any further than that. The knee is several feet in front of this, and this we're not seeing the form like turn all the way through. Same with this. This stuff is way in front. Yeah, I think Black Belt, the character is tilted forward. It's just the current kind of way that the lighting's working on the silhouette is not really showing us that so much. So yeah, I'd use a little bit of, say, lighting in here. Okay. Okay. So yeah, with this sword here, like at best, if I'm being like brutally honest about it, at best you're gonna get like a little bit of, you know, lighting on some of these reflective surfaces, and maybe you could have like a little bit on the edge here. But that's being like really kind about it. You've got an orange atmosphere with a blue light. So any surfaces that aren't facing it directly just aren't going to get that. The blue light is going to be insanely overpowered by all of the orange in the scene. And if you start putting the blue light everywhere, it's going to give it this really sort of artificial kind of look about it. It's just not going to be strong enough to do what it needs to do. Now, we don't have to do everything completely correct, right? That's not necessarily the point of it. But it always happens if you're going to have like contrasting light sources in the piece, and you overamp the look of one of those, the weaker one in the scene, it starts to look very artificial. And I think to be kind of a bit more conservative about it and just have like tiny speculars on the reflective surfaces that are catching a little bit of it, but not going so far as to really put loads of that blue over the surface, is going to give you a much better look overall. I think it's something like what I'm doing here, where it's just glinting, it's just leaving a specular on the surfaces. It starts to look a lot more realistic, I guess. But yeah, this knee and the body, if we think about where they are in space, like the sword is back here from the side, right? In an outstretched arm, and then the body is like this, right? And the knee comes out like this. Yeah. From the side. So there's no way that light from here goes round here or round here. So we wouldn't see it like this, because those things are way in front of it. The light can't go around the corner. And that's why, like, I think you could get away a little bit of it if you just wanted to have it here to just, you're just getting a little bit of specular reflection on something because you really want to put a little bit of blue in there. You could probably get away with something like this. But if you start doing any more than that, it's just going to look very strange. I think you can leave it as blue. Like I like the contrast of it. There is a point at which you can overdo the effect of a light like this in a scene where it's just going to look really artificial in any case. Anytime you have contrasting colors of light, you got to be kind of careful about how far you push them. In most cases, I feel like there is a point at which you can just completely ruin the look of something by making it touch everything. It's just a case of, like, if we're keeping the analogy going, keeping your hands to yourself. If in doubt, don't touch. And just think about where things are in space in relation to each other. It helps to draw things from, like, the side and be like, oh, okay, that's probably going a bit too far, etc. So let's have a look. I don't have the OG one. Hang on. Let me grab OG. Yeah, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Let me open this up and I'll explain it. All right, whatever. So what I mean is, and there's a difference between these two things. This spotlight that is coming in is an unmotivated light source, okay? Which means that it isn't present in the illustration. It is coming in from outside, okay? So it doesn't need any justification inside of the illustration because the light source itself isn't in the illustration, okay? And this is what we call what is going on with Photoshop? There we go. This is what we call an unmotivated light source, okay? Whereas this one is inside the illustration, so it's motivated. And when you have a motivated light source, you need to be a little bit more correct in how it affects the objects around it in the scene. So that means thinking about where it is in space and therefore what surfaces are facing that, and being a little bit more cognizant of how it shows up on those surfaces, because it is inside the illustration and we can see where it's coming from. So we can by that kind of process deduce what it should and shouldn't be seeing. Now you can be a little bit incorrect about this. You don't it's not a case of like, I got to plan out well this light source and it only hits this one directly, etc. But if, in the case of the original, and I'll bring it up, someone just asked about it, but I need to save this first, because they've got the same name at the moment, so I can't open it. Paint over. Just give me 1 second, guys. I have to save these when you can't see, because I have work on my computer that is NDA, so in the interest of safety, I open these up off stream. So give me a sec. So just to recap on that, I don't know if I finished the point I was trying to make, but essentially unmotivated light sources are ones that come from outside the scene, and in this way they don't need much justification, and they can be as wide as you want, they can be as diffused as you want, they don't have any purpose, anything in the illustration that is driving where they're coming from. That doesn't mean that you should make them do crazy stuff, but it doesn't need to matter what it's coming through. Like it could be coming between some clouds, it could be shining from a torch, it could be a lightning in front of them. It really doesn't matter, and it's outside of the illustration, so there's no justification for it. However, something inside the illustration is known as motivated light, and a motivated light source, you do need to think a little bit carefully about how that happens and the justification for that, and therefore what things it touches. So here, these forms, because like the arm and the leg, and to a certain extent the body, are so much in front of the light source, for it to touch these areas, this light is bending around a corner, okay? It is going around a corner and hitting a part of a front plane of the arm that we can't see, that this light source can't see, especially here as well, because it's behind the leg, So anyway, we just need to be a bit more careful about that. So here was the before, and here's the after. Okay. The smoke shapes I have in here and where that's coming from, obviously you could do a much better job of this. You're going to have a nicer time with it. But I think the real critique here comes from more depth in the foreground, figuring out a little bit how this leg interacts in space with everything else. The lighting from the sword, and indeed the ambient lighting on her in the front, and then being more clear about silhouetting and detail stacking in the background to give it a little bit more depth overall. So just my suggestions there. But yeah, really nice piece. I think the coloring is spot on, right? You've got that Warhammer, coloring down. It looks really good already. The color palette is spot on. But yeah, I just think it's a case of working on those details and the layering now. But really nice continuation of it. All right, that's now saved. Time to flatten that background. Yeah, exactly. Get it out. Get it out. All right then. So this one was from. Let's have a look. This one was from Unhinged Oxygen. And you said, I've been working on this for a little bit, but with less references than I probably should be using, but I've been struggling a bit with the anatomy and feel like I've looked at it too much, so I don't really notice my own mistakes anymore. So feedback would be very helpful. The background is a bit more of a block out. Still haven't gotten to finishing that entirely. Okay, well, let's take a look at this pose and the foreshortening of that, because I think that's kind of the main issue right here. And we'll go from there. Give me one sec. Just going to grab a drink, dry throat. Yo, Connie Draws, thanks for the follow. I recognize your name, Connie Draws. I've seen your name somewhere before. Why is that? Why is that? I could look at that Warhammer piece for days. Yeah, it's really cool. It's really very cool. The boys done good. The boys done good with that one. Okay, so here, let's take a look at this. Classic case of foreshortening, hand towards the camera kind of thing. Yes. Okay. That's why. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I was like, I recognize the name. Okay, so I think here you had mentioned with this that you think I probably should have used a bit of reference, and I would say always when you're trying this kind of foreshortening, it's good to just get the mirror out and try it yourself, right? And do the thing, okay? It can really help, and I can definitely help you here with this one. So I'm just going to turn my camera back to the main screen, and if I'm going to do this, right, I'm going to put my arm out there. Now there's certain ways that I can do this. In the way that you've done it here, which I would maybe change slightly, and I'll show you why. If I do what you've got here, and I'll get my arm out so you can see the arm. If I do it like this, my hand completely occludes my arm, right? Which is fine. That is the way it's happening. But I think sometimes in an illustration, this juxtaposition, without seeing at least somewhat the connection, like even this amount of arm, can be a little bit jarring, okay, in an illustration. Because you have like massive hand, and we don't see any of the foreshortening of the arm that connects the arm to where the body is in space. And so it's a real hard jump cut from hand to head, okay? It's a real hard jump cut from hand to head. And that can, just be very sort of jarring. And the size difference as well, it's like immediately the viewer's like, especially if people aren't necessarily used to looking at something so foreshortened. The immediate reaction from like normies, right, is that it's wrong. So I would go in more into this angle where instead of you're doing this, you are slightly like this. And in that way, we can start to see the connection of, the arm connecting the hand and the body, and those 2 points in space. And then obviously we have the foreshortening of that in here. So I can see, can I take a little screenshot of this, and then I can sort of talk about the foreshortening a little better. Don't think I can actually do this. No, I can't. Doesn't matter. Doesn't fucking matter. Okay. Oh, now my camera's gone all crazy. What's happening? Here we go. All right. So let's go to Photoshop. All right. But we're basically going to sort of recreate this. All right. And I'm going to talk about foreshortening a little bit, and how we can make foreshortening work. Okay? So that. Let's go. And calm down, everyone. I know you've been scoping my guns, but yo, Danny, good morning. Good morning from the US. Welcome. Welcome. No, it's all good. It's all good. It's the UK. You guys are the knife people. Yeah. When I said scoping my guns, I meant the muscles. Anyway, shut up. We are the knife people. You're right. Good. All right. Well, then we're on the same page then, mate. Okay, hang on. Let's leave the hand out for now. Let's just talk about the arm. Okay, sorry. I'm just going to draw some stuff out real quick. And then we'll talk about it. Okay. So, foreshortening, okay? Obviously, foreshortening is something coming towards or away from the camera, and we are compressing the length of it over a much shorter amount of space. So what we need to remember is, and what I often see as being the issue, is two things. And one thing is, we don't allow forms to occlude each other as they move further away from each other in space. Okay, and we don't account for the exponential shortening of similar length distances through the foreshortening. So what the fuck did I just say? Okay, well, let's take a look at the arm. Okay, here is our arm. So we have separate forms, right? We have the deltoid. We have bicep and tricep. Okay. Then we have like the brachioradialis of the forearm, and we have the insertion of the forearm itself. And then, running out of colors here, we have the hand. Okay. And these forms, flow from one into the other, but like they each have a certain length to them as well. Okay. Now, one way to sort of think about these forms is to kind of think of them as a chain link. So if I have a chain like this, help. If I have a chain, 3 links on a chain like that. Okay. This is kind of how the arm works, if you want to think of it like that. Okay. With this part being Millmans, thank you for the follow. This top link being the deltoid. This next link being the bicep and the tricep behind. This next link being like the brachioradialis and the forearm. And then like whatever, this could be the forearm itself. Doesn't really matter. Okay. And in the similar way that our arm twists, we can twist our arm, like this. We can twist these chain links, right? So these chain links can be twisted around each other in a similar manner. So we can see how they interact a little bit more. Okay, something like this. And you can say like twist this part more than this part, for example, just like we can twist our shoulder in and out but without really moving our arm, or we can twist our forearm but only slightly moves the shoulder, etc. They're 3 separate links, but they are linked together in this way where one inserts into the next, inserts into the next. Okay, so when it comes to the foreshortening, what we want to try and show off is how these forms link into each other, and this happens with overlaps. So let's start here. This part of the forearm, as per the color coding, is a bit more square, this front part. Okay, go back to the camera real briefly. This front part of the forearm here near the wrist is much more square. Okay, it's like got flatter sides, front and back, and then as it goes down the forearm, it gets rounder. Okay, now if I put it towards the camera like this, okay, let me sit a bit further back. If I put it towards the camera like this, you see here, let's take this glove off. You see here and here, sorry, it's all backwards for me. here, you see how there is like the darker edge of my forearm here as it goes back that inserts into the rounder part. Do you see that? So we have a squarer form that is inserting into a rounder form. And there is a point on this form, if I'm doing this, there is a point on this form when it's foreshortened that you can't see the tip of the pen. You see here? This part of the pen starts to disappear ever so slightly as one form goes into the next. So let's go back to the drawing. Start to look at why it is the way it is. And we can show these overlaps in a drawing, right? And this is going to help us understand the foreshortening of the piece, or of this part of the drawing. So we have this pink part. It's much squarer. It sort of looks like this, right? And it's inserting into this rounder form here. So this starts to come out and around like this in perspective. All right. And we have these overlaps. So we've got this overlap here, and we've got this overlap here on both sides. Then we have the bicep, right? That wraps behind, that connects through this passage to the forearm. This part of the forearm is dipping in, and the tricep starts to come out at the back here. So we have this angle. And then we have the deltoid like this. And these insert, oh, fuck's sake. Cam, nice. And these insert here. So you see what's happening. There are overlaps. We got each subsequent form is overlapping into the next form. Like this. And this is what gives us the foreshortening. Hey, Susie, what's going on? And this starts to tell us about what's going on. So we've got the forms of the arm. You can think of them like a chain link. And if I start to think about this chain, if I'm foreshortening this chain link, right, in this orientation towards us, that back chain link starts to look something like this in and of itself, right? Something like that. It's foreshortened into us right now. Then the next chain link comes out like this, foreshortened towards us, and then the next chain link attached to that is like this. And you can see now why the chain is kind of a handy thing to look at and to remember for the arm. How that starts to appear. Do you see what I mean? Do ya? So that's one thing. So this is essentially describing that subsequent forms as they get closer to us. Okay? So these forms occlude the forms behind them. So there is a point at which this form is hiding part of the form that inserts into it as it goes back in space. And we need to remember that. And that happens with foreshortening with everything, right? If there are multiple forms being foreshortened into you, each subsequent form is going to occlude parts of the form behind it. So we're not going to see the entire surface of each one of those forms. So when we get to something like the finger, okay, I've done this on the camera before, but last time we did crits, but I think it's helpful to remember this. I'm going to draw 3 lines on my finger, okay? And these 3 lines basically going to be about the same distance apart, okay? Okay, so the next concept is that foreshortened forms of the same length or same distance apart from each other are going to exponentially get closer to each other the further away they get. So here we go. These three sections of my finger, right? I've sectioned up. They're near enough the same, right? Now, now when I foreshorten this into the camera, right? Like this. Can you see that this first section, oh God's sake, this first section appears shorter than the second section, which appears shorter than the front section, even though all three sections are about the same length, unforeshortened. Okay? Like this. This is something that is often overlooked in the foreshortening of things. And this is why people tend to undo the foreshortening a little bit within their artworks, right? So we see here on this one, you've got the front section, the mid section, and the top section of the fingers. And all of these are basically the exact same length, right? And this undoes the foreshortening. This kind of makes it look like the person has a short finger, but not a foreshortened finger. So let's turn this back on again. You see here what I'm doing. This section is the shortest, and then this section is about 2/3 as long, and then this section is about 2/3 of long. And this is giving us the correct foreshortening for these forms. So we see this distance, slightly bigger in this distance, much bigger in this distance. Okay? Even though they are near enough the same on the finger. Now this also is the case if you have 3 windows. Wrong thing for this. This shit's gonna blow your mind. If you have a window like this, right? And we're going to have 2 more of these windows. Duplicate. There we go. Duplicate. Okay, we've got these 3 windows. They're an equal distance apart. Okay, like this. And they're on a flat plane. Okay, they're on these 3 windows on a building are like this. Now, oi, Dan, what's going on? Now, if I was to draw this plane foreshortened away like this, the incorrect version of this would be to have all 3 of these windows like this. Okay. And why is this? Okay. So here, this distance and this distance are the same when we look at it flat, front on. Same that this distance, let's say, and this distance are the same, even though they're slightly not. Okay. 2 different distances. Now here, to have this distance and this distance be the same, and this distance here and this distance here to be the same, is incorrect. Perspective incorrect here. As each one of these gaps is being foreshortened away from us, it gets exponentially shorter distance between those 2 points as it turns away in space. Because we are taking the surface and we are looking along the length of it. The further away that point in space is, the more surface has been foreshortened. So these distances appear to get exponentially shorter the further away they go. The same as the width of the windows will not be the same in each window, because this window is further away than this window. And therefore, the widths between them, like the gaps between them, but also this third measurement, this, while it is exactly the same in here, will not be the same here. These windows will all be a different size to each other. This one will be the smallest width, this one, the next one, this one, the widest one, as they go back in space. Okay? So, as an example, we can do this without the windows, actually. So that's one thing. And this is why the finger example is the way it is. Hang on, what is going on? Great. Fuck's sake. Photoshop crashed. Right. It's so annoying. But while I'm opening this back up, does that make sense to anyone? Does anyone need that clarifying? Does anyone want a more clear explanation of that? Does anyone want to tell me I'm wrong? Hopefully Photoshop was recovering most of this. We'll see. Nice. Yeah, no recovery whatsoever. Brilliant. Okay, I've got one more example to show you just to prove you guys. Photoshop got shy at skills. Makes total sense what you explained. Yeah. Well, good. Just remember, everything I say is correct. This will teach me to have so many files open at any one time. But also, fuck you, Photoshop. All right, give me 1 sec. I won't open up everything so that doesn't happen again. Honestly embarrassed I forgot all this when drawing, because I did kind of know this. I suppose I need to practice this more often, because knowing something and applying it is very different. Hey, don't be embarrassed. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's difficult. Foreshortening is like one of the most difficult things in drawing. It gets me all the time. Foreshortening armor. Yeah, foreshortening armor is very difficult. Foreshortening anything is very difficult. Okay. Okay, so we're back. We're back, everyone. Yeah, we're back. Super sick. All right then. So this will be what I will do I will supply you with a drawing of the piece. I'll do that quickly after this example, but then I'll have to move on to the next piece. But anyway, this last example here that I wanted to go over, just to sort of help you understand this visually a bit more. And this is really the crux of it. Okay, I've drawn our plane here that had the 3 windows on it, and I've taken the windows off because this makes it a little bit simpler to understand. But I've drawn across from corner to corner, okay, on the piece. When you do this, it will give you the center, okay? And as we can see here, the distance here to the center and here to the center is the same, okay? So we'll call that, this is 50 and this is 50, the whole length being 100, okay? Now look what happens when I do it here. If I draw a diagonal from corner to corner, okay, here, and then I take my little measuring stick and I go up from here and I go up from here, okay, and again I'm going to go up from the center as in the other example. Do you see that this distance is now longer than this distance? Oh, okay. Why is that? This first half of the form is foreshortened a certain amount away from us, okay? So the surface here, the surface, like this full flat surface, is now slightly turned away from us to a certain degree. And this shortens it, right? This shortens this length. The subsequent half of it, the other half, is doing the same thing, but it is actually turned even more away from our view, okay, than this first half. And this is happening exponentially across the surface. So even though I've split this up into 2 separate halves right now, this is actually happening across the entire surface as it's moving away from us. So it is getting exponentially shorter the further away the surface is from us. So each of these distances, if I was to split this again in half and half again, okay, if I was to split this in half and half again like that, so that it's into quarters, we would start to notice again a very similar thing, that each of these sections, you know, from here to here to here, oh, God's sake, each one of these quarters, this one, this one, this one, this one, they would all be different widths, okay? So now if you imagine in the example with the windows on it, you've got those windows, each one is going to be a different width and a different distance away from each other, and those widths and distances are going to get shorter and shorter and shorter the more that's occluded, to the point where if this goes over a long enough time, the windows at the very end are going to start occluding the windows behind, and they're going to appear like right stacked up on each other. You wouldn't even see the glass on the windows at a certain point because they'd be so stacked up against each other. Okay? And that's foreshortening in a nutshell. So when it comes to the fingers here, as I was saying, what you have is a finger that comes out like this, and you have this section, and this section, this section, this section, all being very similar lengths, so it doesn't appear foreshortened, right? Yo, Toxicute, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So let me do a quick drawing over this for you, just to help you with the pose, but then I'll have to move on to the next piece, I'm afraid. And yeah, hope you guys understood that foreshortening. Not to add more to this, but could you do this example with the cylinder as well? Yeah, sure. Okay. I can do it with the cylinder. Do you know what is kind of funny as well is you don't necessarily need to do it with a cylinder to understand it, but I'll show you. Because a cylinder from the exact side split into three would look like this, right? Fully side on, right? Each section being the same width. But if I draw that cylinder like this, going back in space, the same thing happens. It's going to end up something like this. Whereas this section would be the shortest, this one would be slightly longer, and this one would be slightly longer again. And you could sort of think about it like this, right? I mean, yeah, it'd be like this. I can't really show it any other way. Basically, it just this is happening exponentially across the surface. So like each subsequent form is basically like two-thirds the width of the previous form. You could think of it like that in it if you wanted to try and understand it. Okay, so yeah, I'll do this quick drawing. Toxicute, I'd love to get feedback on my drawing too. That would be amazing. What do I need to do? All right, I'll level with you. We're currently full up on spots for today. But if I do get to the end of the stream and there's a little bit of time left, I could probably squeeze you on. But I can't promise that I will get to you because all of the spots have been filled for today's stream. So unfortunately, there's only so much time I have to stream today, and there's still quite a few images to get through. And I'd sort of closed submissions already. All right then. But like I said, if there's a little bit of time at the end, I'll maybe be able to squeeze you on. I'm just not promising that's going to be the case. I do have a Discord channel. None of these kind of whatever exclamation mark things work because I didn't set them up. There is a link on the page here on the About section to the Discord. Click on there. You can drop it in the Critical Crits Thinking channel. If you do so, then yeah, if I got time, I will look at it for you. It's all right, don't worry. The links aren't set up because I forgot to do them. They were set up a while ago. They're not anymore. So no apology needed, mate. Oh, fuck you. There you go. something like this. Obviously, you've got this guy wearing a coat, so we can draw that over the top. Just gonna get creases in the coat, you know, over these areas. Maybe there's a bit of his coat on his wrist and so on. You're gonna miss us, Alex. Eh? Miss you when? I'm not dying, am I? When you're back at work. Yeah, but I'm not going to stop streaming. I'm just going to be on a different schedule. I'll probably try and stream like a couple of evenings for a few hours, and maybe, you know, do like a longer weekend stream every few weeks. It's just going to be on a different schedule, but I ain't stopping. I ain't stopping the streams, y'all. The streams are here to stay in whatever capacity I can manage to do them, because they have been really great. They've really revitalized my love. Yeah, listen, Danny, as you said yesterday, the enemies aren't going to stop just because I have a day off, you know? Okay, here you go. I'll save this drawing out for you as part of this. But yeah, I really need to move on to a different one because I've gone way over time here. All right. So, thanks Unhinged Oxygen for that one. That was great. Did provide a very nice opportunity to talk about foreshortening again, and really cool picture. So I'm going to save this as Oxygen Paint Over. All right, this one's done. Dusted. Get out of here. Where do you get the saved drawings? I'm going to give everybody the PSD for the drawings after the stream. I will put that in the Discord so you won't miss it. I will also at you with the file. So, like I said, you ain't gonna miss it. You're not gonna miss it. All right, give me a second, everyone. I'm very, very, very quickly going to go to the bathroom, and then we'll get started with the next one, okay? And the next one will be this one, the Sleepy Seal. So, yeah, give me a second. All right, ding dongs. Hi. Yes, there's a Discord. On the About section of this page, there's a link to the Discord. It's called Heath's House. You can join that. There's a channel there called the Critical Crits Thinking LOL channel. If you put your images in there, that's where they will get looked at. Like I said, however, today, all the spots are full. But if I do get through these quick enough, I'll take them on a first come first serve basis. I've just seen your one in here, Toxicute. So hopefully we'll get to this. If as well you could just write a couple of sentences about the image, what your intention was, what you're struggling with, etc. That usually helps me get started and get straight to the point with the illustration. So let's quickly have a look at this one. So you said you were having a bit of trouble with this one to make it feel underwater. And so on. And that you were a little bit kind of stuck with it. So let's see what we can do to help here. I'm just cutting this guy out from the background real quick. All right. Let's cut my man out. I do like this guy. He's very sweet. And let's just paint briefly, come at a bit of this in the background. I really like the kelp that you have here. I can see what you're trying to go for with this. Can I ask, he's the sleepy seal, but like, is the intention that it is like nighttime underwater, or does it not matter so much for the illustration? I just want to, because I've got a sort of an idea in my mind about what I would do with the kelp and the lighting, but if it's meant to be a bit more like nighttime, then that's not necessarily going to work. But if it doesn't matter whether it's nighttime or not, then let's we can go with something. I'm just painting out where he was. He's just a sleepy guy. Yeah. It's free real estate. It's a free house, Jim. Doesn't really, he's just tired. All right. My man's tired. I know how he feels. Okay. Kelp, dude. Okay. Right. This is something that I've noticed, and I think this is a very easy fix, right? But it is something that he's underwater, and there is a kind of sort of floatiness and sort of flow that we want to have from this, which is going to help us feel like that's the case. And also we have this like lovely kelp that's like in the water, but unknowingly what we've kind of done is we've made him completely horizontal to the frame. Okay. And the kelp is like completely vertical to the frame. So what's also happened as well is he's basically sort of pretty central on this. So we have something that is meant to be kind of flowing and underwater, except we've aligned them in such a way that it starts to feel like a little bit too rigid. And I think this plays into why this might feel like a little bit awkward overall, because we've got something that is meant to have sort of flow and rhythm to it, and we've aligned them, to the frame. And this can really undo kind of flow and um, gesture in an illustration, especially something that requires it. And I imagine he's like sleepy and he's drifting underwater, and he's like, he's all like this with his little lamp, he's all like, but we have him, aligned centrally, horizontally, and then the kelp in the background going kind of vertical. So my first port of call here would be to do something like this. Where is it? Edit, puppet warp. Put a couple of pins in our guy here. Essentially start to do a little something like this. Okay, so a little something where now he feels like a little bit more kind of flowy and like floaty into the illustration. And you could, if you're feeling like really brave, even foreshorten him a little bit. So, just give the impression that actually he's a little bit coming forward in space. A little bit. He's got a little bit of a belly on him. So he's coming forward in space a little bit like this. You could give that impression as well. So he's not just flowing from side to side, but he's also flowing a little bit front to back. He's kind of turned into us a little bit. So maybe something like this. So that's with him. And I think in the background we could definitely introduce a little bit of flow with this as well. And this is where I'd maybe use the warp tool. Use the warp, something like this, just to start to get a little bit of an interest in here. And let me just duplicate this a sec. Straight up warping it. You know how we do here. Okay, a little bit of something. Okay, so we got a little bit more flow now. So what we've done is we've started to address a few things. We've addressed the vertical and horizontal and central alignment of our main sleepy dude here, something like this. And we're also addressing the vertical and horizontal alignment of the background to a certain degree. Something like this. Now, for the underwater thing, there's a few things. How often do you do these crits? I've been doing them on stream. I think the last time we did this was 4 weeks ago. And that seems like a good enough time to allow people to work on the image, and then maybe even get a follow-up critique next time in a few weeks, and so on. And like, as much as I do love giving critiques, I also want to be painting my own stuff. So 4 weeks is probably a good enough amount of time for me. Done through a Discord. Yes, a Discord. In fact, the link is on the about page of this Twitch page right here. Have a look. Find it. Okay. So there's a few things here. Curious little fox. Thanks for the follow, mate. There's a few things here. You wanted to make him feel a little bit underwater, and there's a couple of things that you could do in here. One thing is like when you're underwater, I think it's nice to sort of make your values melt together a little bit as they go further back, so that we introduce like a little bit of I don't know. Basically, light refracts through the water, and this can give you like essentially anything that's under the water is starting to get like a very similar sort of coloring to it, and also the light diffuses quite nicely through water as well. So you always get a sort of slight diffusion of light through water, which is quite nice. Okay, like a haze. Yeah, exactly. Haze. So yeah, I was thinking of a couple of things here. Essentially, you could either do something like this, where you have the light from the lamp in the water, and this kind of, diffuses out a little bit into the water, and you could have a little bit of this like lighting him, so on and so forth. Something like that. And this maybe gives him that like that sleepiness a little bit, because he's got his night light. And I would use, so this is the color dodge layer here, but I'm also going to use a lighten layer. Color dodge is just to sort of boost the color, if you like. Lighten is going to really help us with the haze, because I can select a value, and anything darker than this value will become this color and value. So, we can do something like this with this sleepy guy. And then I'm going to put a multiply layer here, and I'm just going to sort of vignette this image a little bit. Like this. Because of the refraction as well, the light drops off like quite quickly. So things that aren't in direct light get a lot darker, a lot quicker away from each other. So potentially do something like this. Okay. Feels a little bit nicer. Bit like the sleepy guy that you were looking for. Nice one, Oxygen. Thanks for tuning in. One thing that's done well with this is the color balance. The seal in the background too. I like that he looks like he fits in the environment with the bluey green tones. Yeah, exactly. Very nice. The other thing is bubbles. When you're underwater, like any surface, even like he might have some bubbles, but like any surface that had air trapped under it is gonna release, bubbles underwater. So you can, introduce some bubbles in here. These ones just get a little highlight on them. There you go. My man's underwater. And there could even be bubbles bubbling up from below as well. So have bubbles at different depths. I'm not very good at speaking or understanding English, but it explains things so clearly that I'm really glad I found this. I'm not very good at talking English either. All right. So you could have bubbles at different depths, right? You had like big bubbles up in the front, like this. And then back here you have like tiny, 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 tiny bubbles. Okay. Like this, all the way back. So between bubbles at different depths, looking at this lighting, a little bit more clearly. And so on. I think we've arrived at this guy being a little sleepy seal. To be honest, I thought I was going to overhaul that kelp and just need to get some movement, but I just need to get some movement in there. I think the red for the hat and the lantern is something that, they're complementary, right, to the blues and greens that are around. It is a bit of a tussle between like the red and such being overpowered by the refracted light, and that it would actually just appear a lot more desaturated. But in something like this, where 100% realism isn't totally necessary, having it the nice kind of bright red can make it stick out a little bit more, and it just becomes like part of the piece. Like I said, it's not necessary for this to be insanely realistic in any way. So you could punch out the red. I would imagine, given this lighting scenario, that this red wouldn't actually appear super red because of all of the kind of light being refracted through the water and so on. But yeah, like I said, I don't think it overly matters. You just need to be careful about the light and what it touches, and so on. But again, you can always have like some kind of fill light or just like bounce light coming in that makes this all a bit more understandable and so on. But yeah, really nice. I like it overall. I think you've done a nice job with this one. And yeah, it really just needed a little bit of tweaking. It's not something that was like needed restarting. It just needed a bit of movement, So let me save this and I'll just bring up the old one for comparison. Give me one sec. Okay. So we have before and after of the sleepy seal. Basically getting rid of the central horizontal vertical alignment from this, and introducing some movement and flow and a little bit of depth, and then looking at kind of the lighting and adding bubbles and so on to give it a much more sort of underwater feel. And yeah, I think hopefully that's been helpful for you. Again, you will get this PSD, and this video will be available on YouTube to watch forevermore afterwards in case you need to come back to it, or any of the other critiques in the lineup today. So yeah, if you're unaware, all of these streams are saved to a playlist on YouTube. The link to that playlist is on this page right now under the About section. That YouTube will take you to all streams. So I think there's currently 25 episodes of the stream saved there. And this one will be added to that playlist immediately upon the finishing of today's stream, which means that you'll be able to watch this back. Yeah, you'll be able to watch this back. Okay? Very good. So let's get the next one up. I'll take you back to face cam for a sec. And we'll get the next one on the scene. Apologies for the cough. Okay. Who was next? So how many have we done? 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Okay, cool. I better hurry my ass up. Nice. Okay, I've got this next one. This one should be fairly quick. Give me a sec. Just got to sort this out. Okay. Yo, Mad Concepts, what's up? You're in time. Don't worry. I saved your one until last. Anyway, because I knew that you were going to be later. So yours hasn't been yet. You're still in good time. All right. Give me 1 sec. I got to make a drink. I got the driest throat. All right. 2 seconds, everyone. Be patient. Yo, all right. Thank you for being patient. As you can imagine, there's a lot to get through, and yeah, I just end up losing losing my voice real hard when I'm talking for so long. So I'm looking at this one. This is from Peekaboo, and she had said, "I finished this personal artwork recently, where it's my character with my two favorite Pokemon, and an original character named Taiki. I always want it to look more splash art, but ends up looking like a mix of everything and nothing at all. If you could give me some feedback on what I could do to improve it in a more splash art way, I'd appreciate it so much." Okay. So I think for something like this, because it's finished, right? You said that. What what I can do is I could give you some insight basically into, if I was to design this from scratch in a kind of, like, as you said, quote unquote, more splash art way, like what would that look like? So essentially what I would do is kind of redraw this with that mindset involved, and I'll try and talk about why I'm doing certain things and so on. So this isn't meant as a kind of like, hey, these are things you could do to paint over this to do that, because I think to build this up in a more, as you said, like splash art way, this would actually be like redoing the piece to do that. And I guess you'll see why when I start to get into this. So what I'll do is I'll keep this up here as like a little view, but then I will sort of take the drawing and kind of draw it as if I was planning this out as a splash artwork, and I'll talk about why I'm making certain decisions. Dead tooth Brad. I wasn't patient, I was furious at the wait. Yeah, fair enough. It was a long time. Okay, so what I'd be looking to do if I was turning this piece into a splash artwork, right? A lot of the time in splash artwork, the composition and the camera that is chosen to sort of view that composition, is trying to make the storytelling and the dynamism within the piece like very engaging, and they often use a lot of like wide angle camera, a lot of foreshortening, and a lot of very interesting camera angles to basically give the piece as much like impact, punch, like bombast, and like exciting angles, lighting, direction, all of this stuff. And it's like everything is kind of turned up to 11 to kind of give us this energy and sort of bombast in the piece, right? And I like what's going on here, and we're basically still going to include everything that's going on, but we're going to arrange it in a different way, okay? And I point this out as a kind of part of a critique, but this isn't to say that what you've done here is bad. This is just an observation, right, as to what I'm seeing here, and then how I would, if I was designing this, go about doing it differently, okay? So essentially everything that's happening in that illustration here is basically all happening at a very similar plane in space. Our character in space, is here, like this, okay? And then we have this character, this character, this character, the stuff on the table, the cauldron, and indeed the mushrooms, and they all appear really to be at a very similar depth in the illustration. If I was looking at this from the side, and we've got the table like this, and the cauldron on it, like that. And then we've got the character behind. And then, what was his name? Gengar, is it? He's here. And so on. All of this stuff, and the camera's here. And then the trees are in the background, right? Everything that is of interest in the picture is all happening in this one middle plane. And there's nothing that really traverses the distance this way or this way out of the frame. Okay, and so it kind of concentrates everything in the middle of the picture, and the viewer is kind of taken away from this. So we're much more of like a passive viewer in the situation here. And this is fine, and it shows us everything we need to see. But in terms of splash art, and in terms of like it being super visually engaging for the viewer in every possible way that it can, it is lacking a few, few elements to it that I think we could, if we were looking at this again from the beginning and trying to think, in general splash art, what we could really do to sort of make this better, right? So that being said, I'm going to try sort of show you that. So I'm going to do a little bit of drawing first. I won't talk that much while I'm doing it, but then I'll go over what I'm doing afterwards, if that's okay. And I guess you can also just see me a little bit real time drawing this out as if this was my first kind of sketch of this sort of situation, the sort of things that I'm trying to work out here. What does fucking Bulbasaur look like? There we go. I was like, who the hell's Bulbasaur? Hey, just hopped in. The painting looks so much more dynamic already. I have a question regarding that. I'm reading a book called Framed Ink. Brilliant book. Nice one. We were only recommending that yesterday, actually. Um, Drawing a composition for it, yeah. It's honestly blown my mind and got me thinking a whole lot. When you're making compositional choices, including lighting and perspective, just like you're doing now, are you actively thinking about it, or is it just kind of instinctual? I already know what to do because you instantly have a grasp of how the image can be improved. Yes, this is something that I think about as I am doing these things. Um, and yeah, essentially in this case, it just relates to using space. And I will talk about this a bit more once I've kind of finished the drawing, because I think it needs explanation. And yeah, it's something that I will talk about after the drawing, because at the moment I actually have to think about the drawing portion of this to make it understandable in any way. So I will get to it. It's a great question, and yes, I do think about it as I'm doing things, and I can kind of explain a little bit about what I'm thinking about while I was doing this. Okay, so Okay, almost there. Almost there. Bear with me. Okay. Actually, probably don't need to get carried away with this too much, but essentially, right. Okay, so what I'm doing here, and what I'm thinking about as I'm doing this, I can explain. So I probably won't get time to go into the coloring, so let's just keep it as the drawing for now. So I'm just thinking of the best way to sort of separate this out right now for the purposes of this demonstration. Okay, this probably helps. Okay. So what I'm looking at is here in this illustration. Like I said, everything is happening on the same plane. It's all in the midground. The background is really far away, and where I am as the viewer, I'm like an observer. It's like I'm just watching this like on a television, and that television is like some distance away from me. So I'm not in the illustration, and therefore as a splash artwork, it's not engaging me as the viewer. This is something I'm passively observing, right? And what's quite nice about splash artwork is that as the viewer, you are actually kind of actively engaged in this. Sorry, give me 1 second. Sorry, something. Sorry about the confusion there. I thought I just lost my telephone. Okay, so sorry about that. Very disconnected. But so what I was thinking about here is I want to bring in some excitement into the scene, and I want to pull the viewer into the scene, and I also want to use space effectively. And what I mean by using space effectively, I forgot this little dude out here, but there's this dude with the wings, and he's here doing whatever. Okay, so I wanted to pull the viewer into the scene, and I want to use space effectively. And what I mean by using space effectively is I want to get rid of like dead space, and I look at this illustration and I see that there's lots of things like, you've got the Pokemon in here, you got the other characters, and it feels like it should be very like lively and like, almost as a viewer, I want to be like looking around it and being like, oh, there's this guy there, and oh, look, there's something else there, and there's lots of things going on, and all of these things are overlapping each other, and it's just like, it seems like a little interesting little thing where, these characters are watching this person cast the spell, and it's all very engaging, and that kind of thing. So here, what I'm trying to do is eliminate kind of dead space and stack and overlap things together so that the depth of the illustration is felt, right? So that there is much more of an idea that space is being traversed and that there are things that are behind each other, there are things that are in front of each other, and I'm using depth to say this, right? So if I was just to think about these forms as like basic blocks, okay? If this guy's a block, okay, and she's a block, and her arms are cylinders, etc., etc., and this guy's a block, the cauldron is a block, the mushrooms are blocks. You're starting to get the idea here, right? You can see what I'm starting to do is use the space so that there are things that happen in the foreground, there are things that happen in the background, there are things that happen in the background over here, and I'm using this space. I've turned what was actually a flat composition where everything is aligned very horizontally. I've now turned that horizontal into diagonal. So now, the arms are on a diagonal across the image. The planes of the body are on a diagonal. The cauldron is on a diagonal. This guy is on a diagonal, but at a different angle. Same with these. These are coming in at different angles. And now these are diagonals that are coming in at angles as well. And I'm starting to set up space in this way. So we've got foreground, midground, and background. We've changed anything that was previously horizontal. So previously here, horizontal, tops of all the characters, the cauldron, the way that this character lines up, all the table, all of these flat horizontals that are going across like this, and then indeed all of these verticals, okay, that are going along here, that all line up with each other. All of these things that are flat to the frame, that flatten this out, I've turned all of those into diagonals, okay? And not just diagonals in one way across the piece, but I have these diagonals here that point into the middle of the illustration, and I have these diagonals here that point into the middle of the illustration. And what's in the middle? Our focal point, our main character. Okay, and I have my main character traversing space from, this arm is closer to us, and then it goes back, and then the body turns away from us, and then this arm moves away from us. So now I have her going from like sort of front midground to front background, traversing diagonal space. And all of this starts to give a much more interesting flow for the eye, and it's also concentrating my eye into where it needs to be. Like everything is sort of funneling the composition this way. Okay, we've got these diagonals at the edge. We've got the arms kind of capturing us from both sides. We've got these diagonals pushing us into the middle. We can even go as far as to think of it like this, that all of the forms in the center of the illustration start to form a triangle towards the head of our character. So if we think of the composition like this, and this is the base of that pyramid, all of these forms at the bottom, like this, are basically pushing the eye further and further upwards towards the head. Okay, there is this other dynamic that is doing this. So we have this in line with all of the other lines that I was talking about before. So lines that are pulling us in on both sides, you know? And basically I'm funneling attention all the way up. And this nicely as well happens to coincide with the illustration as well, because there is like the lighting that is going to come from here. The lighting that's going to come from here is going to light the underside of all of these surfaces. Okay, and there's a smoke that goes up, so that this is also going to inform that, and so on. So what I'm consciously doing is traversing space in an interesting way, and I'm trying to funnel attention using the things that I have in the composition towards the most important, or like more of the focal point, or the most important part of the narrative, which is our central character here. And I'm just trying to do this in an interesting way. And I've decided to kind of put the camera very close to the subject. So the camera is basically just in front of the edge of the table, or maybe even is on the edge of the table, and I'm looking up at the viewer. So Gengar here is almost up on me, you know? He's almost right in front of me. And this is quite engaging. It feels like there's maybe other things on the table that are behind me even, right? I'm part of the scene now. The scene isn't something that is happening in front of me. Like, basically where I've put the camera now is like here, okay? I kind of flipped the image around, but these bottles are over here, right? And the image is this way around. Okay? So I've kind of put the camera on the table and I'm looking up at everything, whereas now it's currently really far away from the table. And as you can see, like, this does, in an interesting way, like, pull the viewer much more into the picture, okay? And I'm also using all of the space up so that it has this very whimsical feel about it. It's like everything is kind of crammed into the illustration. So it starts to feel kind of fun, right? We've got these bottles that overlap the cauldron, okay, that overlap our character, and she overlaps the character on her shoulder. And then we've got these mushrooms in the background, which are overlapping our characters and everything in the background. Then we have Gengar in front of that, and he's really close to her. Like, he could even be a little bit... You could even push this a little bit further and have him overlap her a bit more. Like, he could be up something like this, you know? I wouldn't make him quite the same size as the cauldron, but you get what I mean. He could be even overlapping a little bit. And all of this stuff makes it feel kind of a bit more whimsical. It's like it's all sort of crammed in and overlapping. So it kind of seems quite fun, you know, in this sense. Like, you could imagine the lighting on Gengar here coming from this cauldron. Like, he's only just tall enough to look over the top of it. So all of this would be like in shadow, you know, like this. And he would be something like... You know, a little glint in his eyes. And that green light from the cauldron on him. Like something like this. And that, you know, it's just quite fun. It's just quite whimsical and daft, you know? And that's what the illustration, I think, wants to be, is have this sort of whimsical nature about it. So he'd be like this, you know? And so on. I'm not going to go in and do the full lighting because I need to move on, but essentially I think that kind of explains the thought process enough for something like this, and what's going on. Really nice piece, like such a great thing to be able to show, like how to sort of take this and make it more splash arty. And this is probably the direction that I would go for something like this. if I was doing it myself for those reasons. So, Moonkek W, I hope that kind of answers your question there. And I will save this out, and we'll move on to the next one. So thanks, Peekaboo. Great piece. But I do need to move on. So let's save this. And yeah, this will be available after the stream. I'll ping everyone involved. Okie dokie. Let's see what we got. Show me what you got. So we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we got 3 more. I will have to go over time to get these ones in. I do have some time by the looks of it. So let's see. I'll keep an eye on. Keep an eye on this. But yeah, I'll try to get to the rest of these. So let's see. Sorry, I've just like there are things I need to pay attention to on my phone. There's a lot happening today, so just bear with me on the disjointedness. Thank you a lot. That was really explanatory. I'm amazed with how quickly pros can come up with these thoughts. I can at first recognize the pyramid shape leading us to the character and other elements supporting it, but the shape of the cauldron and the breasts or even the lighting supporting that, etc., is so impressive. Thanks. I mean, honestly, just it comes with experience, right? A lot of this stuff, the more you look out for it and the more you sort of read books like Framed Ink and understand what's being said and what's going for, and then trying to put that into practice, the more you will start to think in that way yourself. I remember also feeling like at a certain point that I could notice these things after a while of looking at something, having learnt the something from a book, but it does take a long time for it to become muscle memory, if you like, and really lodged in your brain. And you have to practice it a lot, and you have to seek out critiques and stuff and have this stuff pointed out to you a lot. And watching things like movies, and trying to sort of break down why a shot feels a certain way, and looking at splash artworks and so on, and trying to just draw over them and figure out like, oh, okay, I'm noticing this, so on and so forth, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's you'll get there with it. It's just in the moment, it's going to feel so overwhelming, like, oh god, there's so much to take on board, but you will get it. Like I said, it just takes time. It takes time to sink in. Alrighty. Okay. Sorry, guys. You're going to have to give me 1 second. I just need to send a message Not in the kind of mafia way, but just bear with me for a moment. I just need to reply to something. It's all good. It's all right. I had to. It's just there's so much going on right now, but okay. Danny, talk to me. You said you're having trouble with this. I mean, I think it's coming on pretty good. If I'm honest, I think you were saying you wanted him to, feel. What was it? What was the words you used? More impressive. It's lacking something to me. I feel like it doesn't have any spirit to it. You can see where I started shading this and I stopped and thought to myself, I hate this. Okay. I think there is like a small amount of his gesture that could be altered to help. But it's very small. I already think the pose is pretty good. Yeah, there is a bit of a stiffness to it. Whoa. But I think we can adjust that. I think he just needs to feel a little bit more kind of chest out. And a bit more slightly exaggerated. And like, I'm just puppet warping this now. We'll see how this feels. He's got to do more yoga. This is the problem when drawing armor on characters, is that you almost, to a certain extent, need to ignore the body underneath and treat the armor as if it was the body. Because if you draw a body and then you put armor on top of it, it always looks stiff. Armor is very like real armor, is very weird looking, and the proportions are strange, and it doesn't actually look super cool, in my opinion, real armor, right? And if you draw armor from the point of view of it is armor on top of the body, then yeah, you always get this kind of weird stiffness about it. And it's better, I think, to think of the armor to be quite malleable and that it is actually the body itself, and pose things in that way. And then you have to sort of think about the certain overlaps and shapes of armor and really try and make that work to your advantage. Overall, I think there is a certain amount of that you need to sort of break a little bit. In the amount of times that I've drawn armored characters and we have to sort of break the armor a little bit and kind of bend things in ways that they wouldn't necessarily bend, etc., to give us like the best composition, is to the point where I really don't even think about the body and the armor being that separate from each other. The proportions of the body underneath any kind of armor that you draw in splash art is crazy, right? If you think of it as normal people, you're always going to have like very stiff and like weirdly foreshortened short limbs and so on. It's always going to look weird. You've got to really exaggerate the body to make the armor look even slightly exaggerated. Remember some videos of people in armor dancing or doing gymnastics, and it's crazy how well it works with the layering movement. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so in terms of pose, this is what I'm proposing. Lol. Let me put this in a group. Okay, here's what you had, and here's what I'm proposing. We're basically opening him out a little bit more. So we're bringing the chest up and we're pulling the hips back and we're sort of slightly spreading the legs a little bit more. And I've opened out his thumb a little bit there as well. And yeah, this sort of slight tilt back to the head, like he's, before he's stood up and he's kind of square shouldered and it's quite stiff for that reason. The hands are on the same plane and so on. But what I'm doing now is like pulling him up and out, and there's a little bit more like, chest out, which pulls the head back a little bit. And there's a little bit more of a sort of invitation, if you like, in the arms. It's a bit like here we have this energy going this way and we have this energy going this way, right? But what I'm trying to do here is this energy this way, this energy this way. It's creating a space. It's coming back in. You see what I mean? So that's with the pose, right? And then for me, lighting wise, this guy's screaming out for like a really solid rim light that's just real nice, solid. Sound effects. Just unified up. Actually, his neck's behind, so no. Yeah, have it. If you can do both, like I can show you both. If you were to go for it, both would work. But I would do something like this, and then you might even be able to justify by that a little bit. And he would be. I'd keep him much more silhouetted down the bottom. Okay, and then from the front here, you could do something. A little softer kind of fill light from the front. Just to pick out a little bit of form on this side. Something like that. Something like that. Besides the yoga, I think you could add his arm accessories, long fabrics. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good point. Yeah, I've got a version with the sand and the disc. I wanted to get a moment. Yeah, I think the sand and motion that you have in there is good as well. Yeah, it was something like this from memory, right? I wouldn't overdo it with the sand. I don't think you need like a ton of it, to be honest. But could definitely help. A little something like this. Now, yeah, you could do lighting from the other direction as well. So if you wanted, something like this. And this gives like us a bit more like evening sun kind of vibe. And then you just have like a little bit of a fill light from this side just to pick up some of the forms. You could totally do it like that as well. They just have like different feels about them, So you got something like that, which has a certain feel about it, feels a bit like later in the day, or this one. Making it thick is an excuse not to draw the background, but I need to lock it in. I mean, it doesn't necessarily need a background. Like, it can just be a gradient, right? It serves the same purpose as like just being a sort of a deserty sun. You could have a few dunes in there if you really wanted, and just call it that. Just like a few dunes in the background, catching the light a little bit. It doesn't need to be anything crazy. Like, with it being a tarot card as well, it's kind of like, does it need so much as a background? I don't know. Personally, I don't think it needs much. But yeah, so you can go either way. This way with the lighting, or like that way with the lighting, etc., etc. Don't do both. But yeah, I think personally I prefer this kind of direction. But yeah, I think between the pose changes and that lighting. So before and after, boom, 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 boom. What do you think, Danny? What do you think? I'll get back to work on this motivation restored. All right. Nice. And hello, Asta. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Asta in the house. So good. All right. Let's get this saved out. Let's get this saved out for Danny. Danny. Paint over 2. Save. Okay. All right. There we go. Nice one. It's saved. Be winging its way over to you. Oh. Right. Give me a sec. Let's open up. Open this up. We got our last few here. Okay, so we're doing that one. We've done this one. Got that one to do. Done that. Done that. Done that. Done that. Okay, cool. All right, just give me 1 second, people. I just need to very quickly use the bathroom, and then we'll come back and we'll do the final ones. All right. Take care. 1 sec. Oi, oi. Sorry, that was probably a bit loud. Toxicute. Yeah, I think we will have time. I think we will have time. I can go a little bit over. So we'll have time. All right. So we've got this one. We've got this one, and we've got yours to go. So I will go over time so that we can get to all of them. Okay, so let's go. I've severely underestimated how much streamers have to manage so many things simultaneously until I started watching Heath streams. Yeah, but I think most streamers manage it without like too much disruption. Whereas I'm always like, oh, I need a drink. Oh, I need a wee, and it's just therefore a little bit chaotic. But I don't give a shit. You're in my house, doing things my way. Okay. So this is from Mr. Frills. He said, "Hey Heath, I'm a bit stuck at the effects and not sure where to take it from here, or just call it finished. I had some issues with the background to make it interesting. I'm not sure if I went too overboard with the colors. I tried to create an eerie scene, a monster draining nature of its energy, leaving everything as a wasteland, aiming at some sort of eldritch horror." Okay, perfect. I think we can help. Yeah, I'm streaming too, but I'm very bad at it. No interaction with the viewers at all. It's so hard. It gets easier to talk and paint, honestly. You just got to keep practicing it. But it does get a lot easier. Streaming itself, you already have to draw, talk, answer questions, and attempt to remember to drink and wait. And then you add in other live things, and it's like, wee woo. Yeah, exactly. My wife texted me. She said she'd fainted at the doctor's, but she's okay now. And then I also had the solicitor trying to get in contact with me to sign some documents. And then I had like someone message me from work, and I was like, oh my fucking God. But everything's good. We're all good. My Daisy's fine. Yeah, everything's where it should be. So I think all the fires are out. Yeah, she's good. I think she'd just gone and got like an injection at the doctor's, and didn't have enough sustenance on board, and kind of you know how it is. You can faint, that kind of stuff. So I think that was really what's happened there. But Daisy's fine. She's all good. I hope she's okay. Yeah. No, she's all good. I just spoke to her when I went to the bathroom, so we're good. Yeah, add family stuff, personal stuff, and work stuff. Head explosion. Yeah, it's fine. For the most part, I can usually deal with everything, but sometimes you're just like, what the fuck? At least I've got energy. You need an ad break button. Nah, I hate ads. Fuck ads. I'm not playing ads. If there are ads on this video, then it's Twitch doing that. It's not me. Yeah, I'd rather just put you on a be right back screen, or just forget about it and leave you on Photoshop. But I'm not doing ads. Yeah, ads, fuck off. Okay, so you said you're having trouble with the effects, which we can look at. But I think one thing for me that was kind of missing in this is the idea that this thing is like sucking the life out of the surroundings, right? I think we see that the magic is coming from stuff, but there isn't anything that is necessarily like dead so much. Heath, champion of the people. Here we go. Thanks for all the bits. Much appreciated. Thank you for not running ads. I don't even know how to turn them on, but even if I did, fuck ads. You guys deserve better than ads. So I know we've got a broken tree here at the background, but I think it's still a little bit hard to read. And I think the sort of deadening of the ground, we could also do like a little bit more. Ads run no matter what. Yeah, like I said, it's Twitch doing it, not me. And even if I could turn them on, I don't know how to, because I'm almost 40, and you lose the ability to understand things like that. And anyway, whatever. Twitch loves money. Yeah, cool. So I think a few things here. I'd be a little bit broader and more obvious with the effect of like the dying ground in here, and I think we can do that a bit more effectively. in the way that you're doing it. And I think we can kind of bring a little bit more going on in the foreground, even if it's just like a little bit of stuff that overlaps the camera, to help us understand what's happening a little bit more. So let's say this like piece of grass at the front here, or several pieces. They're all getting sucked, mate. So 86 doing that on the ground. Okay, and have this stuff coming in from here a bit more, and you could have another tentacle, and he's I'm gonna say siphoning. Okay, siphoning. He's siphoning. He's not. The temptation to say that this thing is sucking everything off is too much. So it's siphoning, life force out of these blades of grass here. And I think we need just a better idea of there being like a sort of a dead space in the ground that is devoid of any life. And then here, you had that tree. I'd maybe have the tree in here still, but definitely not. Basically, compositionally, I would just have it kind of pointing into the illustration a little bit more. I think just having it dead up to the side makes it a little bit harder to read. And I would maybe even have, and I'll put the lighting on this in a second, but to get the idea that it's having its life force like siphoned out of it, I'd have kind of parts of this and debris from the tree kind of starting to come off like this. And you don't need to go overboard with the effect. I think the effect on the original was like this area with the effect and him are like the same size and they're at the same plane in the image. And what I'm trying to do is give a bit more depth to it and, have this appear a little less like everything's kind of squashed in one corner. So we got this tree, which would, be a bit more kind of bluey in the light. But we're having all the bits of that being kind of siphoned out. He's drinking this tree up, dude. I think also we need to probably desaturate the background a little bit because everything is near enough quite highly saturated and it kind of messes with the depth a little bit. And then, yeah, you can bring back a little bit of the detail in your trees and such, but essentially this dude got to stick out a little bit more. So desaturate the background slightly and adjust the value so it's a little bit lighter. And yeah, we can start to have him kind of siphoning out this energy a little better. I like the idea that you have where it's like it's kind of brighter at both ends, you know, where it's siphoning from and where it's going to, and just having these tendrils do a little bit of that. A bit of something like this. But again, you got to kind of balance it, and I'm doing this quite quickly. You know, maybe have a little bit of kind of inner glow on some of these where they're cooling down from siphoning. Maybe there's a few little particles around, this kind of thing. But yeah, what we have with this kind of grass at the front that's doing it is we can see in a bit more detail here what's happening, and then everywhere else it can be implied. You know, maybe there's even some veins in these. So yeah, this is probably what I would look to do with something like this. Okay, before it's maybe a little bit ambiguous as to what's happening there, and we're just sort of playing that up and introducing a little bit more depth into the illustration for that. Get rid of that for now, but I would desaturate the background basically a little bit more. Let's put this in. Okay, a little before Z, after Z. A little something. Okay, I hope that is helpful for you. Alright, cool. We'll save this one out. Let's go. We're doing it, kids. We're doing it. Mr. Frills, paint over. Done. All right. Let's go. Mad concept. You're up, bro. You're up, bruv. Just want everyone to take notice of the title of this one. It's called Gonorrhea Card Art. Nice. Very nice, dude. So, how often do I do these critiques? On stream, like once a month. Oh yeah, the commanders were STD based. Amazing. Okay. So yeah, this was done as a magic card commander. I think you said for the Meaty Magic YouTube channel. So that's really cool. And yeah, I basically, I think on this one, there isn't an awful lot that I would be looking to change. It would really just be about values and maybe making the lighting appear a bit more realistic, if you like, but still in a painterly way. Trying to remember the name of the artist. Oh, it doesn't matter. But yeah, I'll show you. No, there's going to be no yelling about anything. But basically, I know this isn't getting printed, or maybe it did get printed, but when you print stuff, everything tends to go darker. And so you can use black, but basically anything, below a certain value in the illustration is going to appear black. Is going to appear black, or very close to black. And because we have black in the illustration and lots of these very dark values, it's going to essentially all of this up here, like you see all of this, the difference between this and this, you would barely see in print. All of this would just go to black, basically. Be very, very close together. So there's a lot of this kind of nuance back here that you would lose in print. It would just crush down quite a bit. And therefore it would be very contrasty, but you would lose a lot of this more subtle stuff, especially closer to the dark. So basically everything around the edges would crush down quite a bit. Also, if you're moving the color picker around like this, you see? Yes, Toxicute. That's who I was looking for. And I'll talk a bit more about that specifically in a second. But you see on the color picker here, when I get to a certain value, you see that how this exclamation mark pops up here. These colors aren't going to print. You see these, right? And you have to move out of that range to get all of this stuff. So if I start moving into here, these very saturated darks, this stuff's not going to print. So just to be aware of that, you got to stay, within this gamut. You can get up to these really saturated colors and they're not going to come out this way because they will appear much darker when printed. Okay. So that being said, with the background here, what I might want to do is essentially just lighten it up a little bit. Take a lighten layer and pull those values up a certain degree. And this way, you're going to be in a much kind of safer area for printing. All right, but that's just a small thing, right? That's just the values. You can still get this same idea of like a vignette, but you're just not going to have that kind of blackness, right? And yeah, it appears here that you've got like a very hard like sharpen going on, which works to a certain degree to give this like very like gritty kind of texture where you've got like a lot of detail and slime and specular highlights within that and all of that kind of stuff. But because every part of the surface has it and there's essentially like a sharpened outline around every stroke, past a certain point it does start to undo the form of the painting and dissolves into complete abstract, right? Which is kind of cool in and of itself, but I think at a certain point it does start to undo the surfaces a little bit and we lose a little bit of the form. And for this reason, what I would maybe start to do is think about bringing back some of the form within the lighting. And the way that I referenced but yeah, that makes sense. I often overdo the effect layer with that. Yeah. It can be nice to kind of bring back clarification. And I think in certain areas, that crunchiness works really well. But like at a certain point, we lose all sense of form. Like it is difficult to tell the form of anything because it dissolves into abstract brush strokes. When we zoom out, that stuff resolves quite nicely. And if you imagine in print, this is like this big, it doesn't really matter that surface finish. But when I zoom out here, it's lacking form overall, which is kind of breaking it a little bit. So what I would probably do here is think about this in the same way that, that Oleg Vadavenko paintings are, which I will just bring up for your reference. Vadavenko, there we go. And let's grab some thing of this. That makes sense. All right, perfect. So the way that I would start to do this is to imagine that the lighting is coming from the camera. Okay? So it's like the light source is coming from the point of view at which we're looking at it, or like slightly off to the side. And it gives these very hard shadows that overlap and help us to see things. But it gives it this very like, gritty feeling about it, which I think would work very nicely in a picture like yours, right? So let's start to put that in. We can start to see how this brings back some form into the piece. So yeah, this is basically like you've got a video camera with a light on the front of it, and I'm doing it black right now, but it won't be black. We got a video camera with a light on the front of it, and so it appears like the light is coming from where we, the viewer, are actually stood. And this just gives that kind of found footage kind of look to something. But it gives us a really nice opportunity to have, strong shadows on the backs of things, and strong cast shadows over forms. And this can just really help to bring the form back out again. And it's perfect for this kind of like horror illustration. Like I said, I'm doing it in black right now, but I will change that in a bit. It's just easier to make it kind of obvious right now. Yeah, exactly. It's just like the flash has gone off, which again really helps for the form. And yeah, I did a tutorial on how to do this a little while back on the Moon Colony stream. We did like a underwater kind of stream where there was like a sort of a monstrous octopus, and I did the lighting as if it was coming from like a mini sub, and we were looking through the video feed and sort of how to do that more specifically. So I've done this a few times before. I have to send a pic in the Discord, but most of my art in the past year has been the front flash lighting like this, specifically like Dan Peacock. I think I started that way when I was overthinking the glow of all the goop he's standing at. Yeah, fair enough. Don't overthink the goop. There's a life lesson there. Don't overthink the goop, ladies and gents. Happy to catch you drawing live, Alex. Your craft is much appreciated. Well, that's very nice of you to say, Mouse Down. Do I know you IRL, Mouse Down? Not IRL. I followed quite a few of your streams several years ago. Okay, I recognize the name. Sorry, the names always stick in my head, but then I'm always like, where do I know them from? I threw an old example in the Discord before I overcrunched everything with the lighting. Looking at again, though, it isn't as much as it could have been. Okay, so a quick look. Oh yeah, cool. All right, nice. This is what Mad Concepts is talking about. Yeah, you captured that idea much better in this one, I think. You haven't overdone the specularity of stuff, and therefore we've got quite a bit of form in there. So I think it works quite nicely. Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. In here. So yeah, basically, I really think that that is about kind of what this piece needed, was just a little bit of bringing the form back. So let's quickly put that in a group and do the before and after. Okay, before, let's make this bigger. And then after. A little less gonorrhea. Yeah, before, after. So it just brings the form back, and it gives us a little bit of that front facing light, and therefore get a little bit of that form coming back in there. And yeah, I just put a little lighten layer over this to knock it up from black. But that kind of stuff does appear really quite dark when you do it, because it's such a bright light and it makes such high contrast shadows that it does appear quite dark. So there we go. I think that kind of, when doing it, I def suck at getting the hard edges with the black though, and fully understanding the form. Fair enough. Deft help though. Thank you. Hopefully next month I'll have a bit more of an updated thing I could pick your brain with. Sounds good. I look forward to it. So yeah, let me save this out for you. And then Toxicute, we are on to your one. Don't worry. Gonorrhea card art. Paint over. Okay. It is shaved. Let's get... Yeah, your turn. Looks like my reaction when I'm chilling in the dark and someone turns the big light on. Exactly where you're trying to eat loads of chocolate in bed and you get caught. Okay. Sorry, I'm just opening this up and then I'll quickly read what you said about it. Okay, you said, I couldn't finish the background because I especially struggle with perspective. I love drawing characters, but lighting them to stand out in a splash art is hard, and I have a problem with values. That's why I put the drawing aside and started studying, but I really want to complete it. She's inspired by Shaco. There's a clone grabbing Annie's arm, and she's coming out of the box. Okay. All right. So this is Toxicute's image. Like first off, I think like the coloring and the like focal point of this, I think really works quite well in and of itself right now. Like the maniacal kind of facial expression, the rim light on the side, you know, essentially the focal up point is working really quite nicely. I like the pose. I like the gesture of the body, and I like that this is on a diagonal. So, you know, this gesture is really nice. Hang on. Yeah. So this gesture is really nice. Like this pose, the sort of the gesture of the body, the framing. I like that this is like on a nice diagonal across the piece right here. And yeah, is she coming out of a box? She's coming out of a box, right? That's happening. But then yeah, the rest of it we're starting to get a little bit confused at. And yeah, let me read the description again. There's a clone grabbing Annie's arm. There's a clone grabbing Annie's arm. Okay, I'm just trying to sort of figure this out. So in the foreground, it's Annie and Tibbers on the foreground. Okay, so we got Annie holding Tibbers. We got Annie holding Tibbers here. So this is all Annie. And this is a clone, right? This thing. It has the eyes, right? It's like this. Is that correct? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So let's have a think about this, because I think you're running into an issue here because we're sort of trying to force the narrative in at the front, and it just gets a little confusing, I think. And I'm wondering if actually it would be better to flip in the illustration where this interaction with Annie and Tibbers is happening, and have the front of the illustration be about the viewer getting attacked by the clones, and in the background we see it happening to Tibbers and Annie, and that way we've been brought into the illustration as like the person this is happening to, and we can see what's going to happen to us by what's happening in the background, if you see what I mean. So what I'm proposing is that we essentially have this, and I'll kind of draw the perspective out a little bit here to sort of help see. But this appears to me like the horizon is kind of here. Yeah. Something like this. And that I am like, same sort of height as this lady. In a way. I just tried to fill. Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to sort of reverse engineer this so that I can think about where things should go. Okay. So I'm trying to figure out the space here, but I think I have an idea of what we could do here. So that being said, let's paint out a little bit of what's going on. Let's just get rid of all of this for now. But yeah, super cool pose on this character, by the way. The gesture of this pose is really nice. It sums up to me like a very sort of like cheeky, cheeky character that's very kind of nasty, and like I instantly understand the personality, right? Which is great. So let's try and just build an illustration here that much better tells an obvious story, I think. All right. Boom. All right. So this is bursting open. Okay. Yeah, surprise. So what I'm suggesting is, right, that back here you maybe have something like this. Right, just give me a sec to paint stuff. Then I can kind of explain my thought process here. In general, after I finish drawing a character, I don't know what to do next. What kind of plan would you suggest to learn what you know? I'm lost. I mean, I think what's happened here is that you started drawing a character and you liked the pose and stuff that you had of the character, and then you hadn't really thought about what was going on in the illustration and the context of it, and you started trying to build a narrative around that. And when that happens, it's actually quite difficult to do it that way. You're kind of thinking about it a little bit backwards in a way. And really, the way that you should try and think about it is to have that narrative and have that idea first, and then when you're building your composition, you will build your composition with that narrative in mind, and that way you won't make a composition that actually, not that this doesn't make sense, but you won't be trying to build narrative into a composition after the fact. In fact, like, you will have already sort of figured it out from the start. I think kind of what we had here is maybe you're starting with the kind of the end, and then you're trying to work back to the beginning. And so, yeah, I would always suggest like working from, a narrative standpoint, and then going forward and making thumbnails based on that narrative, and so on. And that way you're designing the composition from the beginning, and not having to sort of shoehorn it back into the piece later on. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is why we do thumbnails and stuff like this. I think because it's very hard to sort of shoehorn the narrative back in later on. But I'll explain what I'm doing in a second. I'm almost there. Come on. Okie dokie. So here's how I'm trying to sort of solve this, right? Previously we have this, okay? This is how we're seeing the image. We are arriving here first, okay? We're arriving here first, number one, because this is the highest point of contrast in the image. It's the only face that we can see, etc. And then we're starting to look elsewhere. We see the teddy, this edge, because of the contrast. And then we notice like the hands. So we're like, okay, these are like the hands of a character here. And then I didn't even see this person first of all, but there is kind of a clone here, right? That you've got. And the story from your idea was that this character is attacking Annie and Tibbers, so the teddy and the character in the front, and that this is like a clone, like Shaco's clone, that is kind of performing this attack. Okay, but it all gets a little bit confusing because we're sort of seeing things in the wrong order, or at least we're not seeing all of the events that are happening in a clear enough way to understand the narrative, right? So what I was trying to think about is in what order could I show this that starts to make sense to the viewer as to like what's happening in the illustration. So my idea was to instead of having us be watching from Annie's point of view the attack happening, let's put Annie being attacked in the background as kind of an Easter egg, right? As a little kind of vignette of a situation that's happening in the background. And we show one of the clones attacking Annie, right? And that's a nice little thing. It ties into the lore of League of Legends and whatnot. But that's happening in the background. Then we see the character, and then we see two clones that are coming towards us as the viewer. So we can assume from that the two clones on either side, we've made a connection between them. They have the glowing eyes and the trails. These have the glowing eyes and the trails. So we can understand basically from this that this situation here is about to happen to us here. Because we see it. We see who this then relates to. Oh, this lady. And we see these things attacking. And we're like, okay, I get it. I get the connection here. And I see a series of events happening. I see a situation back here. Okay? I enter the image this way. I see a situation. Okay? I see this glowing eyes. I see this character smiling at me very ominously. I'm like, okay. And then I see these guys coming in for me at the front. I now know that this is about to happen to me. And therefore, the narrative is kind of quite a bit stronger for that reason. And we've sort of still playing up the whimsical nature of, Shaco is like a clown, right? And this lady's like a jack in the box. She's coming out of that jack in the box. So what we're doing here is there's kind of like a warping to the perspective, which kind of makes this feel a little bit like it's not a real situation in a way. Like it's maybe a bit of a dream. It's a bit of a hallucination. We're being messed with, because it kind of looks like, right, the perspective is really bending out and down like this. So we're sort of seeing right down, but we're also seeing far back. And then, we're getting the vertical perspective is really bowled out like this. So it has this like a dolly zoom, or like a really sort of exaggerated wide angle perspective. And this is kind of giving us this kind of really dreamlike weird quality to it, where we're sort of getting pulled into the whimsical nature of it. It's not quite real. It's not quite correct, And then obviously I've just put in these sort of like, I imagine all of these trees back here are, these sort of branchless, really twiggy, scary trees that are sort of framing all of this. But again, they're doing it in such a way where it's like they're all twisted and bent and like, out of shape. And there's just like a depth to it, but it's all... Is this a paint over of Did Alex Start It Here? Yeah, this is a paint over. The original was this one. This is the OG. And this is the paint over. So yeah, there'd be all these kind of branches back here and so on that kind of really frame this and just, again, give it that really eerie kind of spookiness going on. I always use shades more darker or too lighter than I should use. Yes, no, fair enough. It happens though. I do that all the time. I'd always be using like black for everything, Background situation looks even more devious. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. So yeah, it's almost like if I was to sort of do this, filter, blur, radial blur, zoom, put the zoom up there and kind of punch this up to 20 maybe. Oh, was it flipped? Yeah, it was. Dickhead. Hang on. Filter, blur, zoom, radial blur, zoom. Let's put that down a bit. Yeah, it's kind of that kind of a situation, you know. Ah! And yeah, you would need to work with the colors and the values a little bit more on this. She could definitely be a little bit more contrasty, and so on. But yeah, this is maybe the direction that I would go with that. This could maybe even be a bit lighter back here, potential. But I really hope that helps. Like I said, really like the facial expression on the character and her pose is really cool. It really sets up the personality and the mood for this picture perfectly. And yeah, I really hope that this composition idea kind of helps to solve the narrative for you a little bit and basically pull us into the illustration a little bit more, but while still keeping the Easter egg, the sort of League of Legends related Easter egg in the background. Because yeah, really cool piece. Really cool piece. So let's save that for you. Boom. All right, gang. That is me. I've gone basically an hour over what I was going to do, but I wanted to finish them off, and I did want to get to this piece because once I saw it in the Discord, I was like, okay, this is cool, and we can really help with this. So that's great. So what I wanted to say is, if you want to watch this or any of the streams again, there is a YouTube channel. Let me link that to you right now. There's a YouTube channel in which I have all of these saved in a playlist, and this is currently episode 26. Okay. So there's 26 streams to watch, to listen to, and this one will be there at the very end of today's stream as well. So check out that link, listen to it back like a podcast if you like. There's all sorts of stuff going on there. There's lots of tutorials and stuff that we've done, and I think You've been watching Twitch VODs. Yeah, they're all saved on YouTube. So, yeah. For everyone that had a paint over today, in about 10 minutes time, I will post a WeTransfer link in the Discord, and I will @ everyone that had a paint over. You can then download the PSD with your paint over from that link. And then you will have, the paint over I did. Plus you can watch the VOD again if you need to pick up any more information or anything else. So that's all that. Future streams. I am back to work next week, as of next week. So we are going to move to a different schedule for streaming. It's more than likely going to be a couple of shorter evening streams during the week. And then maybe every couple of weeks, there will be a longer stream on the weekend. And I will have a schedule out as soon as possible when that is going to be and how that's going to work. But the streams aren't disappearing. They are just moving to a different schedule so that I can work. And yeah, I hope that's fine with you guys. Obviously the videos are always there. I know evenings might be a little more difficult for people to tune in, but like I said, I've been really enjoying these streams, and I've been getting a load of personal work done on them, and I would like to continue doing them, and I would also like to continue doing these critiques and critique streams. And yeah, potentially there's even more stuff coming and on the way with that. So that being said, look out for the new schedule, and I will post all of these paint overs in the Discord afterwards. But other than that, I wish you all a fantastic weekend. Thank you for tuning in. Thanks for all the questions. Thank you for all of the participation. You guys make this really fun for me. You're a good bunch. You're a funny bunch. And you're all really talented. And it's a pleasure to be able to help you out. And thank you very much for providing me with some lovely paintings and content on here. So give yourselves a pat on the back. All right. Take care, everyone. Peace.